What up? Hold on, my dog's barking. Nala, come in here. Stop. What up? It's Friday. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, thank God. Sometimes I feel like the week, like earlier today, I felt like the week went pretty fast. But tonight, I'm feeling like it was so slow. Hey, Sinner. Thanks for joining, love. Oh, what y'all doing? That I just listen. There's a lot of lies and a lot of trash bags out here on these streets. Oh, and y'all been misbehaving.
Santa Claus is coming, bitch, and he ain't bringing you nothing but a big pile of coal. I'm gonna bring you a big pile of shit.
We got a lot of folks out here that don't know how to get some act right, and a lot of people putting themselves in positions of investigators, law enforcement, even PIs. Jesus Christ. Like, what are y'all doing? Oh, like the entitlement.
I don't give a damn what you think you are entitled to.
I know that's right, because they think they are entitled to a whole lot of information pertaining to a missing child. I know that is for sure. Oh my God. I don't even know where to begin with it, y'all. Hello, 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 everybody. You're not LE. Like, jeez. Hey, Earth. Nice, Texas girl. Look at you. Look at you. Growing, baby. Yeah, it does, Emmy. This week went by so slow. That at least that's how I feel for now. Earlier, I felt like, damn, it's already Friday. No, tonight I'm tired and I'm like, damn. What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh, yes. I love when you're here to troll me, Chico. It's my favorite time. So, what do y'all think about what happened last night? So, for anybody that didn't know here, we'll just go over a little bit. We're just going to touch on a few things, okay? Thank you, Yep, for renewing 13 months, baby. Love my friend and hippies. Thank you, love. We're just going to go over this. Deets is going to join me in just a minute, but we're going to, yeah, we're going to go over like a small recap because I know this shit's been played everywhere today. So we're just going to small recap it, okay? So, Truth is feeling some type of way. Truth Not Feelings, also known as Elevated Truth. And I don't even know how to feel about it. Like, sometimes I feel like it seems like he's wanting to be able to have opinions or hold on, let me correct that. Unbiased opinions. He wants to be in the center and looking at a case and not being so close that you're biased to that person, right? Or those people. But yeah, on the flip side, we're having like 40 plus hour conversations. And self-admittedly to hold on, let's see. Self-admittedly, it was to try to get some information from the Proudfoots. Now, y'all know how I feel about this shit. I have been, let me check. I think Deets just messaged me. Hold on. Yeah, Brantley, yeah, you can come up, baby. You just click that link and I'll let you right on up. Well, it might take me a second because I'm not on that screen. Where's Deetsy? Hold on. Anyways, y'all know how I've been feeling. I've been feeling like, hey, here's Brantley. Hey, baby.
Hey, Gary.
What up?
What up, Bo?
What up? Yeah, I mean, it's so confusing. Did you see this, Brantley?
Yeah, I mean, I was asleep when it was happening, but I've been, periodically throughout the day looking at it. It was crazy. It was crazy. I couldn't believe my ears. At first, I was like, I didn't get it because I know that their, truth is really for Chris and Katie, and like I said, you know how I feel about the whole sides thing. I hate that there's sides, but I,
Well,
it,
Brantley,
it
we've been saying like y'all are too close to these parents. Like y'all
too
are
close.
doing exactly what y'all are bitching at these other people for doing.
Yep, that side. Some of those like BJ and them are close to Seth, too close, too in it, and then they are too close because can't nobody tell me that Chris and Katie haven't been feeding them stuff too, just like Seth has been feeding that other side stuff. Let's
Oh, no,
keep it
they
real.
have. That's what the whole point is. That's what his point is. He feels like if like he feels like fuck it. Let's watch it. You wanna listen for a
Yeah,
minute?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so it may not sound as good. I'm having to use my computer speaker. I apologize. I want to know why people are investing so much fucking time into going after other people who are searching for a 16-year-old missing boy.
Now, right there, he's talking about Crabtree and them, but there's different parts. He says things, and that's what Clue and Truth do. They drop these nuggets of information that gets people speculating and trying to figure out what they're talking about.
Oh yeah.
So, all of these motherfuckers have been in the background with Chris and Katie having
Yep.
these
And
conversations.
this dude right here was fixing to tell it. I don't know why he didn't, but he was on the verge of fixing to spill it all. And
I know.
I guess he knew that if he opened that door, it wasn't gonna get closed again.
But I'm torn. I'm so confused because it's so many different angles. Like okay, so you want to get close to the parents to see if they're going to drop some kind of information that you can use to help
That's
find
their
Sebastian. Okay. But then at the same time, you're wanting to expose that information to cause more speculation. I don't.
truth. It's gross. I mean, I get it. It's gross. Like I've said from day one, and I know you have too. I know Seth works your nerves. I know you feel ways.
That's
You know
okay.
me. Yeah, you know me. I've always tried to sow Steph grace, um, and I've never really talked bad about Chris or Katie. I don't know them. Don't know. I don't want to talk ill about them. There's no need to. But from the start of this, it's always been. At first, it was we don't like Chris or Katie. They're shady. Everybody loves Seth. And then, as everybody said was going to happen, the
A
tides
flip.
turned
Mm-hmm.
and it flipped hard on Seth. And not that Seth hasn't helped to some of that um, along, but I don't think any of the parents had anything to do with it. I think this poor boy was lonely. He got online when he wasn't supposed to be, or whether he was or wasn't. He probably started talking to somebody on some gaming thing, got really close to him, and some dirty old man. I'm gonna leave it.
Well, you know what, Brantley, you're right though. Like it really could be anything. And
Mhm.
it could okay. So God, my brain is so fried because I've been listening and dissecting this all day long because it's like, what in your right mind makes you think that y'all should get so close to these parents that you cause this kind of chaos? It's like Summer Wells all over again. I said that the other day. And what
Oh, yeah.
Truth is doing is pulling a share and getting close to get information. But then when he gets information and that information makes him side eye the Proudfoots, then he's like, oh, okay, so y'all know this information too. And that's a huge point. They all know this information.
You know
So,
what I
like, what the
sorry.
fuck?
Right. You know what I thought? when I heard everybody on Queens like letting truth have it, and I know the majority of the people on that um, panel and in that chat do not like Seth, but y'all were dogging truth, even though what he did was wrong. You know,
They
he
need
shouldn't
to
have
be
done that.
pointing them fingers at themselves too.
Right. So when truth was saying though, what about Seth? When y'all do this to Seth, I have to give it to him with that because what about it?
Absolutely.
Y'all are being hypocrites right now. The hate for Seth is so strong that y'all don't see that the same thing that y'all are accusing Truth of doing is the same thing that y'all do to Seth. Y'all don't care. Y'all have already made up your mind about Seth, and half of the people in that chat still saying that this man Seth did something to that boy. No, he did not. Chris did not. Katie did not. Period.
It's,
The only thing that they might have done is might have drove him to get away from all three of them.
you don't think there's a possibility one of them could have something to do with it? I think everything's possible right now.
I say it like that so passionately because I don't want to think that. I hope not. If they did, may God have mercy on their soul, you know. And if it comes out that one of them did do it, then they got to answer for that, and they'll go down for it.
I agree. I agree. Chico said, I don't hate Seth. I hate his behavior. Same, Chico. Some of the stuff he said about his own child should have never been put online, in my honest opinion.
True.
Absolutely. There was
Yeah.
exploitation done by Seth. I don't think that's what he was meaning to do, but it is what happened. But I also get what Truth is saying when he says, like, they're working in the background to feed creators information so that the creators push it out. The only difference, two sides, from my view, okay, here in the middle, is that Seth is doing it more publicly and the Proudfoots are doing it more privately. Now, they're both using each other, all of them.
Oh yeah.
The creators are using the Proudfoots and the Proudfoots are using the creators. It's going both ways, in my honest opinion. And I think that if you feel like you're being used to push a narrative, it's time to just step away and stop that contact. Period. Like, you can't blame them if you're still picking up the phone, if you're still giving them that time. I don't know. It's also crazy. Let's keep going for just a minute.
Yeah.
I do agree with a lot of what Truth said, though, to be quite honest. There's a lot of things he doesn't realize how he throws the pebbles in the pond. He doesn't understand that I'm going to start calling him the Riddler because he does not understand that he puts this stuff half-ass out. And I heard B. Tim saying that today. And I do think that was a good stream on Queens because it was a really good conversation. But y'all be busting yourselves out and throwing each other under the bus at the same time. Because there was a little bit of slipping up that happened where Truth blamed Granny or called Granny out, said she knew something, then went back on it and said, oh, no, I was talking about the truck. And then Granny come and said, well, Clue and Queen know that same information that law enforcement don't want people to know. Okay, so all of y'all motherfuckers know this. Let me shut up.
They most certainly do.
I'm not holding my tongue very much longer. I'm going to put it that way. I'm going to put it that way. I'm not holding my tongue much longer.
But I also don't feel like, oh, shut up, Jessica.
See, there's the one thing in my life that I got sober that I take pride in.
I do like his hat.
Right? That I take pride in.
It's Rooster hat.
And that's that being true to yourself is very important.
Now, see, this is where I feel like he's dealing with a little bit of something because he's wanting to look at this case unbiasedly and realize there are red flags on both sides. But, bro, you've teamed up with a side. You're not allowed to do that. That side is not going to allow you to do that.
They didn't. You saw what happened.
And they roasted his ass all fucking day.
Up and down.
they said, and now I will give credit. They said, especially Queen definitely said, like, yeah, I'm responsible for it too. But I feel like there could have been a lot more of turning of the fingers towards them. Like, I feel like they need to be roasted the way he was roasted, because y'all all know this information that I can't get over that. Y'all all know this pertinent information that law enforcement doesn't want people to know, doesn't want it to get out.
And that's why I like Nonsense so much, because Nonsense doesn't allow herself to get too yoked up on one side. She'll call it all out, and it doesn't matter if she's friends more so with one side than the other. She calls it like she sees it. She'll, even if she's a good acquaintance of yours, and y'all are, and she's on good terms with that person, she's still going to call it out on what she sees. And that's why I saw a little bit of what she said today. I was at work, so I couldn't see all of what she was saying at that time, but I know that from what I understood, she was telling it like it was on all of them, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, she does. She does. But did you see her go off today?
I didn't see that part. I think that I saw her or heard rumblings that she was letting Clue, or so she let somebody have it. Well, she don't mince her words when it comes to that one.
No, she don't. No, she don't. And Clue was her voice got all deep and shit. Like, what? Like, it's all right. It's all right.
I'm not keeping. I would love to stay up, but I certainly don't want to stay up if Deets wanted to come up. I'd love her to come up too.
She can still come up. She probably fell asleep, honestly.
Okay.
But you don't have to stay. You don't have to feel like you have to stay up here. I can do it on my own.
Oh no, I want to stay. I got that itch now.
I know.
It's gonna get. I hope it don't get to a point where they're like, "Oh, here he comes."
No, it won't. It won't. Everybody loves you.
No, but I still really haven't seen this all the way through, so I would love to see it.
Okay, so let's watch it then.
Okay.
Right? Being true to yourself is very, very important. And some of y'all motherfuckers.
Oh.
Some of y'all.
Oh.
Have been doing some shit.
Ooh.
And see, this is probably what's going to happen.
Some of y'all. He meant some of us. Some of us been doing some shit.
Been doing too much.
I think he thinks because he has been very transparent with the parents, that he ain't their friend. He's just there to get the facts and ask questions. And that if he did hear, if there was something that alarmed him, he would let law enforcement know. He's always been very clear about that, but it doesn't mean that doesn't counteract the wrong that was done. You know what I'm saying? There's I understand you want answers for this child, but you're still way too deep and way too involved, and nothing good comes from that.
Well, you know what I like? I did hear B. Tim ask him straight up, did Chris know that you were going to be not recording him, but know that you were going to divulge all this information? And True said he most certainly did. And that shut B. Tim up, because, B. Tim wanted to catch him with how is it fair that anything that these parents say to you in a private manner you bring to the internet? And he told him, well, it just so happens that I was transparent with Chris and told him that I would take it to the internet.
I mean, and to me, it's like, okay, I can appreciate the honesty and the transparency, but why would you even think to make something that he tells you content? What's going on up there for you to even think to tell him, hey, something you say I could use as content? Like, what the fuck? Hey, Chico. Hey, Sinner.
What's up, yo?
What's up?
Hey, guys.
I think my main question for all of this is, even if that information is divulged, what does it change?
If the information was what?
If that Yeah, if it was divulged and we found out what that information is, what does it change? Is Sebastian home?
No,
Would it
Right.
bring him home? Why? I think my thing was the whole dangling of the carrot.
it's all the
Yes.
time, Chico.
Yeah.
That bothered me. Don't. It truly was a dangling of the carrot, and
But he
I
doesn't
know
realize it. It's like we were talking about it today. I seriously cannot figure out. I feel like he doesn't grasp, and that's okay. Sometimes there's certain things people just can't get. And I feel like he doesn't grasp the riddles that he puts out here. And he doesn't realize how detrimental those riddles are and can be to a case. Like
Mhm.
what Cheesy was saying on Queen's panel today. Here's Deetsy. Hey, baby.
Hey, I'm so sorry.
DC.
When I checked it earlier, you were it was set for 9 my time, so I was in listening about
Yeah,
Michael
that's what it
Vaughn.
said on
I'm
my time.
sorry.
My bad. My bad. I don't know what I did.
Hey,
What
Jonesy,
about
let me
Miss?
ask you something.
Go ahead.
Why do you think Truth did this to begin with? What do you think made him do this? Why
I think
now?
he has a guilty conscience because he knows that they have been going after Seth so hardcore while he and the rest of these other, I don't want to call it an enterprise, but
What
I'm
would you
Well,
just
call it?
saying
everyone else, yeah.
right.
everyone else, right? They like he knows that they all know what he knows, and
Mhm.
it doesn't obviously look good to the Proudfoots in whatever way, and he feels like it's hypocritical as fuck to be calling out Brittany J and all these other creators, Bullhorn Betty, Brittany J, all these other people, when they're actually doing the same thing to Seth.
That yeah, so Seth is showing his dirty deeds in public. And by dirty deeds, I don't know that they're necessarily that, but he's speaking publicly. He's putting information out there on Front Street. He's working with this creator or that creator or, this person or that person, and you can actively see it. We watch it happen. And I think what has gotten to Truth is the fact that the Proudfoots are doing that too. They're just doing it in an even worse way. They're doing it on the down low, behind the scenes. And he felt like my interpretation of what he said on his live stream is he felt like, they're gassing these creators up by feeding them specific information. And he even went into detail saying, like, no, they might not say, put this out there, but the way that they present it to these creators, it feels like they want it to be put out there. So it does sound like, yeah, they're doing their stuff
They're all
and trying
doing
to
too
keep their hands
much.
clean.
They're
I
all
mean,
That's a good
exactly. All of
observation,
them.
Dee.
Hmm.
Yeah, you nailed it. To me, it was the absolute twilight zone. I mean, I have never spoken on this case whatsoever. I've been paying very close attention. There hasn't been an update for months and months and months. It's just a bunch of people sitting around spinning their wheels. These creators, let's just say they're creating, right? And I have almost no love for Truth at all because because of the people he sits next to. But last night, it blew my mind, and then today, the way he was dogpiled, I actually felt for the guy.
oh
I
man.
don't think
I,
I don't think he had bad intentions. Um, but with
Center.
Chris Proudfoot sitting on that panel last night, with the people that were on that panel, I was screaming at my computer, like, my man, these people are benefiting and making money off of people like you all day, every day. I mean, I just wanted him to hear
Yes,
me.
sir.
There's no way for that to happen, but you know
I
what I
don't
mean?
think I feel like maybe he doesn't care though. Like I feel I don't know how to explain this. I feel like they're just wanting certain information to get out. I don't think there's necessarily a narrative that they're trying to push, which is what truth
Right,
filled.
and I know Tracy said that I felt like Chris went back at that and said that's not accurate, but did he? Because let me ask this. So the way that Truth presented it is that no, they're not trying to push a narrative. They're telling us, they're counteracting some of Seth's claims by telling it to multiple creators. And Chris did not deny that. And, that yes, they feel like it is fair to correct information. And then,
Well,
Truth specifically brought up the email. Like, what was the point behind giving Clue the email stuff if it was not to combat what Seth had said, and to
Mhm.
show that, all the parents are working together and blah, blah, blah. And I don't feel like Chris didn't deny that they weren't, feeding stuff to multiple content creators. And over the last 24 hours, it is crystal clear that they have talked to, or Chris specifically, is talking to several YouTube creators. Several. How is that any different than Seth?
So bad. It's
yeah,
so bad.
Moonpatch, they're not clarifying misinformation. They are actually a part of the spread of misinformation. I think they're trying to correct it, but it just doesn't work out that way.
Then yeah, but we all know what happens on this platform, even if they try to correct it. And I'm not saying that they have bad intentions at all, but
Right.
even when you try to correct it, like that email situation is a perfect example. You come out and they kind of want to show that all three parents at one point could co-parent. But what happened? People took those emails and have made it insane, muddied the waters even worse. And
Um,
I
They
agree with
also
Truth. I can't help but wonder if instead of just gassing up a creator to put that out for them, if one of them would have came out and discussed it, would it have been a little bit better? Maybe.
let me
and the
ask your
whole time
opinion on something.
No, I don't think so.
I don't either, but
Let me ask
whole
y'all's
time
opinion on
having
something.
sorry, go ahead, Brandon. My bad.
Oh, sorry, sir. Um, I I know that Chris and his mother have a tight relationship, and I think that's awesome. Because a lot of people, especially when you get older, you might not have the best relationship with your parents, or it might not be as close. Like, I envy your relationship with your mom and dad. Jones and my dad's not here anymore, but my mom is just like me and my mom now. My brother passed away a long time ago. He was 6 years older than me. Thank you. But like it just anyway. But I say that to say, so I don't want to sound disrespectful about his mother because I'm not going to disrespect her at all. But I do think it's very peculiar that all of a sudden now she's dogging Seth online, calling him the P word. I didn't think I would ever see her do something like that. I know she's going to go up hard for her son, but why is all this happening now? Why is she
It's
saying? Why is
interesting.
she? Why is she putting? Why are you talking about Sebastian's father like that? I'm sure you don't like him. I get it, but why all of a sudden now are you doing this? But then again, I say, well, maybe because she doesn't like how Seth is moving with the enterprise and all that stuff. But still saying that on a public forum
It's
like
a lot.
Twitter or what, it's dirty.
Yeah,
It's
they're
low
all
down.
doing a
It's
lot.
a lot, but we also have to remember these folks help Seth too.
They sure did.
We
Yeah,
have
I
to
agree.
remember that they put time and money into Seth as well, not just Chris
Mhm.
or Sebastian.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, see, I didn't
Chris's
know that.
parents.
I
Yeah,
apologize.
Yes, they helped him.
yeah.
Oh wow.
It's a lot
You
of
mean like
emotions, a lot of feelings, a lot of perspectives, a lot of opinions. I mean, you're going to expect some kind of drama in the family. I just think it's going way too far. And I think it goes far enough without a YouTube arena. You know what I'm saying? And without
Yeah.
other creators adding to it.
Well, I
This
mean,
part, go ahead.
sorry.
No, go
Just
ahead.
at just on face value, you had Chris Proudfoot on the panel, and he's missing a family member, Sebastian, and he's asking the root of it was him saying, "Let's stop bashing. Everybody stop bashing." And then I
Mm-hmm.
looked at the panel. I'm like, basher, basher, basher,
Well, did you
basher.
hear
Oh,
him say, fuck that?
I think I've watched most of it.
When he said that, they were like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna Like it was so shocking to
That
me.
was pretty crazy. And
I thought he was going to call them out directly because he was jumped up on the panel with a bunch of bashers with the capital B, like the
But he
people
don't
that
see them that way. He
are.
sees them as friends, you know? Like
That's so
or
wild.
the creators that he trusts. And it's like I've been saying this from the beginning. I wish they just wouldn't have talked to anybody. Any of them. Like
Same.
this
That
is
exactly. That's
this
how I
is not
feel.
the arena. This is not where it needs to be. I've been saying it from the beginning. Like, stop talking to these creators. And also, even if they are trying to talk to you, I feel like there's only one person that has really had contact with these parents and hasn't done all of this, and that's Dutchy. And
Yeah,
I stand on that 12 toes down.
that's
So
exactly what I've seen too.
No, you're right. You're right.
she's the only one that hasn't, because nonsense don't connect with the parents like that.
nor
She's
would
the
she.
only one that hasn't.
She's the only one that really took her lumps for it too, and the rest of them just keep doing it.
Yep. And she kind of just stays in the background now. She still has contact with them when necessary or when they, just to check in. But it's nothing like this. Like, you wouldn't hear Dutchy, even though being honest, you wouldn't hear her say, "Hey, Chris, just so you know, this conversation we're having, anything you tell me, I could either turn into law enforcement or use for my own content." You would
Uh,
never hear her say
no,
that.
no.
So and right here, what I've got pulled up is where he talks about, what is it? The narrative of pushing the creator. So let's listen to this real quick, and then I got another little portion to listen to, and then we'll get into the nitty gritty.
Y'all can talk all the shit you want about truth. You can talk all the shit and say anything you want to about me. Cool. But someone's got to stand up and say this shit is bullshit.
Yeah, it is. We've been saying that.
No.
Preach. We've been saying it
Seth,
all
where
I
are
along.
you at?
mean, we've been saying it from the jump, but I
From the
digress.
jump.
All of it going down is too much, too far. It's insane. And now that, and here it is. And I feel, like I said, I felt like it's become too much for Truth. Like he's sick of seeing like all the things that they're saying that they know. I mean, there's this big secret, and no, it's not the truck because they keep carrying on about this big secret that they can't put out, that it's, killing them all inside. So it's very evident that it
He's
is
such a
contrary to
burden
the
to bear,
public.
man.
It is. It's contrary to the public perception, though, of what's being stated. And I hear his frustration. Like, y'all have no problem bashing Seth over and over and over again. But if I bring up that Chris and Katie might have some dirty hands, not anything to do with Sebastian going missing, but with this case and this public perception, then now I'm the bad guy for stating
Mhm.
that they're in the fuck shit too.
Yep.
And that's what he's frustrated about.
You ain't in the gray gang, baby, but we take applications.
Where are you searching?
But I still can't believe that panel let Truth have it.
I know.
They turned on him in a skinny minute, and they were just they could not believe that he flipped the script.
But you know what? I've been through something like that on my own panel with I don't know how to explain it. I asked Nunya today. I was like, why the fuck is Truth just sitting up there taking it? And she was like, why did you? And I was like, that's true. So now we just got to see what Truth is going to do with it. Like, because I caved in and I stayed dealing with the hypocritical shit I knew was going on. Truth, I don't know if he's going to stay and just act like nothing happened or if he's going to stand on it. He said he's going to stand on it and he stood on it all day today. And I can give mad respect for that.
Yeah, I hate myself for giving him props, but I got to. I mean, I don't like the guy, but he
I
did.
know.
He did. He did.
No, he did take it.
He
I
took
still
it.
didn't agree with it, but he took it.
And I can respect that. He stood on it.
Then Katie, where the fuck are you at? Where are y'all searching?
Damn.
Mr. and Miss Bowersocks, where the fuck are y'all at? Why aren't y'all searching? That's mom and dad. Where are y'all at? Why aren't
Who are you talking to,
y'all
Deeds?
searching?
What? Oh, I was replying to Tracy. She said that she doesn't think that the creators have been giving anything crucial or critical. And I'm like, well, I beg to differ. If they're all sitting out here saying that this is something that law enforcement doesn't want out there in the public, then that's absolutely something critical.
Mm-hmm.
It is. And they, they've all said
Extended
that.
family
It's
members.
something Ellie doesn't want
And they
out
have
there.
all said it. They all
Mhm.
said it today several times on this panel.
There
They
was a
said it a couple of
comment,
times.
you guys sent the screenshot of like, this information that I have could blow up my channel, but I keep it to myself, which mad respect for keeping it to yourself. But
Absolutely.
you're dropping a crumb out there
Well,
about
that's what they
something,
all
and
do. They all throw pebbles,
you're
right?
creating a void though. And what do people in this entire sector do?
Fill
And
it.
there is
They fill
they
in the
fill that
void.
void. Exactly.
Mhm.
And then it
Yep.
was weird because
Where
when
y'all
he
at?
like
Oh, sorry,
his
Brantley.
it was weird because then Clue would then say, well, I have to admit you were doing that. Well, aren't y'all in this together?
Yeah,
Like
she does it.
like I don't get what you're saying, girl. Like y'all are in this together. Y'all went in this head first together, or so that's how it looked to me. But then when 2,000 people are on a panel and they're all going at him, you start backing up a little bit and telling them, well, I do have to admit it did sound like that. I mean, come on now. It is sounding like that, what you're doing. Okay.
What do you mean, Jason? No,
We don't know
did
what the
that.
critical piece of information is. That's the thing. They have all said that they have been told something that Ellie doesn't want in the public, and it's
And they
bugging them.
all
And
know it.
yes, names were
Well,
given. They said, Truth said
Queen,
it to Granny, and Granny
Clue.
said, yes, this is the thing me, Clue, and Queen have. But so there's some critical piece of information that law enforcement does not want out there that they hold on to. And honestly, if it was something like that, I don't understand why Chris Proudfoot is telling people anyway. If it's
Mm-mm.
something that law enforcement doesn't want out there,
There's a lot
then
of
it's
things I
something
don't
that should have been
understand.
protected. It
Yeah,
absolutely should have been protected to protect Sebastian and the integrity of his case.
I
That
don't
shouldn't have
believe
been
it.
put on creators.
I don't think how crucial could it be? I mean,
I have
it's
no
not,
idea.
it's not something, I don't think it's something that's going to help find Sebastian today. So
That's
like,
what I'm saying. How
crucial
crucial
could
But
it
can it
be?
be?
the
I
problem
mean,
isn't that the point isn't that how critical is it? Is it super secretive or whatnot? It's the fact that it was given to these individuals, and now it's eating away at them. So who knows how long until one of them just breaks down and spills the beans on it. But also the bigger problem is in this sector with, like I said, when that void is created and these little crumbs are dropped, now people are just going to speculate wildly and come up with whatever they think it could be. That's
yeah,
the main issue there,
Either
the
drop
root
it or
issue.
shut the fuck up.
exactly. Exactly.
Extended family members, cousins. Where are y'all at? Why aren't y'all searching?
Oh, Tracy's in
And
the
don't
back.
give me the bullshit that law enforcement told you not to talk to the media because TBI came out. I mean, not
I'm coming,
TBI.
Tracy.
Sumner County came out and said the family would like us to say that they don't have a comment at this point. But we know that the reporters are going to do what they're going to do. So what's up with that bullshit? This whole time we can't talk to media, but you can use content creators to push your fucking narrative.
But
You
that
are
not
the
what y'all
content
wanted?
creator.
Yeah.
He is the content creator pushing the
And
bullshit.
he's
Like what?
pushing the narrative. Yep.
Yeah.
Right now in this. Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, Jason.
Hey, I'm sorry. I couldn't explain it in the chat. I couldn't type fast enough.
Chasing.
I was just thinking that, how Chris is saying that he can't even release the last day he was home in early February. He's like, I still can't. I can't release that, and I'm not going to tell you. And Body Moving was like, but if I guessed, would you tell me? And he's like, no, it's something the police don't want out there.
Mhm.
So I'm thinking, okay, could it be something as simple as, and I mean, I don't think this, I mean, that is something simple. I can't see how that would change the case in any way at all.
Mhm.
Like what the last day he was home, why the police won't let him release that. Maybe it's just because they know certain things are going to trigger these creators and the public into going crazy and making things up.
Could be.
So,
It could be something that simple, but the point that if it is something that law enforcement has told you to keep close to the vest and to not put out there
mhm,
publicly, one, why are you sharing it with others? And two, we see what these crumbs can do. We've seen
right,
it in other cases, and we're watching it now because now there already are channels out there speculating on what it could be and
agreed.
are throwing some crazy shit out there. Like I said, it's that's the main issue, not what it truly is, but the
Mhm.
fact that it's now referenced and it's now being
It's going to be, yeah,
spoken on.
they're going
Yeah,
to speculate to death about it. I
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
exactly.
Deets, you said it perfectly. Like they've created a void and everybody's going to fill that void with some bullshit.
And that's very
Oh, they're
unfortunate.
already doing that now.
Yeah.
But if you just listen to this part with truth before anybody else gets up there and try to decipher what he was saying, he's really mad and
Yeah.
passionate about
I
all of
agree.
this
And
that he's dealing with, whatever it is. But I also think somebody was saying earlier that Seth seemed like a loner in his life, and now he has
Hmm.
all these people. With Chris and Katie, you know, I don't think they're the most beloved parents right now because of everything that's going on with Sebastian.
No, definitely not.
And we know how that can happen. You get involved in a case and you end up talking to the parents, and before you know it, you're checking on them and you're
Yep.
calling them, and they're just talking and venting, and they're watching YouTube too. So they're seeing Seth say these things and they're having a conversation with Clue or whoever, and they say something like, "Ah, that's bullshit because right here we have these emails. We
This
were all
happened.
talking to
Yes.
each other.
Yes.
Everything was fine." And before you know it, now that's out and it's spun a different way.
And I'm
that's the
not saying,
problem.
like I
They
said,
should
I'm
stop
not
fucking
saying that
talking
they
to the parents.
have like nefarious intentions behind,
Yeah.
saying this stuff to content creators, but it is
Safari.
exactly the same as what Seth is doing. They're just doing it behind the scenes. It truly is.
Well, I don't know. See, because every time Chris comes up and he does not seem to be afraid at all to jump on a panel and confront an issue, he seems very much against bashing Seth, debunking Seth, talking about Seth in any
Publicly.
way. Well, right, publicly because he knows what public perception's like.
Mhm.
I'm sure they're not getting along behind the scenes because when he was asked, "Can you work this out with Seth?" He was like, "I don't know. That would be really hard." That
Then
would be
then
really hard.
answer me this, why are they going to some of the biggest content creators that
Mhm.
bash and self-admittedly today one of them absolutely admitted, yeah, we bashed the fuck out of Seth. So
Hmm.
self-admittedly are willing to bash Seth and give those creators little nuggets. Why aren't they going to, and maybe they are going to the Dutchies and the ones that won't go out and bash and attack, but the point is they're still going to the ones that are
Well, I think
ready
you
and willing
use
to go at Seth.
certain people for certain tasks, right? Because people are going to people how they do what they do, right? And
Yep.
I think we've talked about this in the past. If you're fighting a war, you pick the person who's the biggest monster with the least to lose.
So
So on
how is
one
that
side,
any
you have
different in
Betty,
Seth?
right? When you're in that battle, I think you feel like you've got to pick the biggest monster too.
Mhm.
When you're getting trashed to death, you're being said that you have these calls against you, you've done these horrible things to this boy who's now missing, and Katie probably did something, and all your life is being put out there, your parents are being attacked. You pick the biggest monster. You find the
Right.
one who has nothing to lose. And I mean, I don't see it exactly the same way as what Seth's doing though, because Seth has been out here doing this before those two ever said a word or did anything wrong at all. He came out first doing all of this stuff, show after show, insinuating Chris and Katie were demons, basically. I mean, look at what he released about Sebastian. He said She
Well,
allowed that
you
to
and I
happen.
disagree. Well, oh no,
Did,
that
it,
part we agree
did
on.
any
I
did
thought you were talking
anyone
about the other thing.
did anyone aside from me catch the fact that whenever Chris jumped up there and he started saying like all of you and the bashing needs to stop, did you was I the only one that felt like Granny's watching's like eyes start twitching and of course Queen
Well,
Bee became like mute like because like
I
I
don't
think for a
know.
second there like I can only speak for myself for a second there I felt like he was going to call them out as well for the bashing but it didn't get to that level they played him
well,
like
this
they're
is
playing each other it's the weirdest shit I've ever seen.
Well, I
this
think he
is
really
the
wants
third
it all to
time.
stop. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
once
I do think he wants all the bashing to stop. I
on
agree.
he said on all sides,
Yeah.
on all the
Yep.
sides, he
And
needs
he
it.
has asked us before on Clue's panel,
Oh,
and
three
they said that
times.
they would, but no one, everybody knows that that's not going to happen. That side's not going to stop with Chris and Katie, and that other side's not going to stop with Seth, and it's going to keep going and going and going.
Mhm.
And it's unfortunate because
It
if
is
they
unfortunate.
don't speak up at all, then they're hiding. You know, if they don't say anything ever to anybody, they're hiding because they're hiding something because they did something. If they
Right.
do say
Exactly.
something, it's completely twisted. But you could hear how emotional he was last night. His whole
Oh, yeah.
voice was
Mhm.
cracking. You know, he had a lump in his throat describing Sebastian's freckles in his cowlick and how
Yeah.
he got on the loader with him. And it was fucking heartbreaking.
It was heartbreaking.
But nobody seems to be focused on that today, right?
Hey, Jason, can I
Well,
ask you,
but to be fair though, the reason why
How's that
nobody is
any
focused.
different? Yeah.
what do you
Hello,
mean?
hello
Hey,
everybody.
Nanya.
To be
Nanya.
fair, the reason why nobody is focused on it is
Oh, that's
because
not.
there are sides.
Oh, that is
Like
fair.
that
Yes.
is the problem. And as much as people want to say there's not sides, we shouldn't have sides, there are sides. And unfortunately, both
1,000%.
sides, which the parents have every right to speak to whoever they want to, drop little, nuggets of information to whoever they want to, they absolutely can do that. It's their kid. They're fighting whatever way they feel is best. But
Mhm.
when you have those people who you're choosing, right, that monster, so to speak, to fight the other monsters, and you're dropping them those nuggets, you are continuing to have that happen.
I agree. I totally agree with what you're saying, Anya, for sure. They are part of it because they did choose a monster, right? They chose one. But I think and I know everybody agrees with this, and that's why my mind feels scrambled. Stop for a sec. Think about what these people are dealing with. What kind of threats they're getting, people coming past the house, doing all this crazy shit. Seth too. I mean, you know, he feels persecuted in many ways, whatever. But
But it's not a
we're
whatever.
making
He is. He is getting bashed and attacked
Exactly.
and threatened
Yes.
the same as Chris and Katie. I feel like people get so close minded and narrow minded at this that because there are sides and people have picked a side, there is name one channel out here who is truly impartial to this situation. And there's not, you just can't find it, period.
yeah,
And the point is,
Agreed.
Seth is getting attacked horrendously. He had horrible
he is.
things said about him. He has people coming to his home, people manipulating him, taking shit from him and going to other creators. And Chris and Katie, they're getting a lot of shit too. Probably worse, but they are as well. But I feel like over here in this arena, we downplay what's happening to Seth, and I don't think that's fair to do.
No,
And
I agree. You're right. A lot is happening to him, but he was the loved one in the beginning, right? Everybody
Mhm.
loved Seth. Everybody put Seth up on this pedestal. Then people started, not so much liking Seth anymore. But he made it a billion times worse by doing everything that he did. I don't
He
think he has very
but
much control
so
over his emotions or his mouth or privacy issues, or he just blurts out all this stuff and then pulls in a team of creators and allows them to go after other people.
Yeah,
That
I'm
seems
sorry. I
crazy.
just
But
respectfully, I disagree. I think he absolutely ran his mouth, but he is the parent of a child, and if that's what he
Absolutely.
chose to do, and that was his trauma response, or that's the way that he handled it, even if you and I may disagree with the information he put out and feel like it's
Right.
very inappropriate to put said information out, we can believe that, but as the parent, as one of the parents, he had every right to put it out. That was his choice as being the parent of that kid. He had every right to put that out. So if he went live every single day, if he starts a channel, if he gets monetized, if he does a GoFundMe, that is a choice that he has made as the parent of a kid. And that is, for me, that's where the problem lies, is we are out here telling them what they should or shouldn't do, just like we're telling them. And I don't personally agree with it. I don't get down with the content creators being this close to it, all the information, and everybody at this point now, it's like a free flowing fountain of information that's just little tidbits, little
Awful.
breadcrumb here, little breadcrumb there, and all of them are starting to turn on each other and leak it out. Whatever, that's great, but ultimately the only way to get it to stop is for everybody to come together and say, I am not going to talk about the opposite parent. I can talk about Sebastian. I can bring awareness to Sebastian, but I refuse. Me and my chat, we are not talking about the other parent that we don't agree with.
Well, and you mentioned that Seth gathered up this team and did these things. What the last 24 hours has shown us is that Chris and Katie have as well.
Absolutely.
They gathered up a
team
team
too.
and they have spread some things too. And that is, it's heartbreaking.
And that's
The-
Truth's
I think
dilemma.
the-
He wants to be unbiased. He wants to be able to speak about what he feels, whether it's about this parent or that parent. He wants that. But you're not in that sector, baby.
Yeah, he wants to be Team Sebastian. He wants us to be able to say, not one of these parents is cleared. And if we have questions, we need to be willing to ask questions of everybody. It doesn't mean that we get to have the answers. We're not entitled to shit. So we may never get the answers to said questions, but we're asking questions of everybody involved. Not
And that's the
just
thing.
one
Who
person.
are we? You know, that's when I woke up, I'm like, I'm going live
That's what I
today because
said today.
we've
Like,
crossed the fucking line here again. But it does no good because we did this with Summer Wells too. Like the line is already crossed. So it's so far crossed at this point, there is no going back.
but that's the
Absolutely.
point,
Stop the
Jason.
train.
Who are we? Well, not
We're
we. I'm not
nobody.
going to say we. Who are you? Who are
Nobody.
y'all? Y'all
Right.
are nobody to think that y'all have this. The
You're not law
entitlement.
enforcement.
Look,
You're not
Right.
solving a
I got a
crime
clip
here.
for that. Look,
Yeah.
look.
Nobody
I don't
owes
give a damn what you think you are entitled to.
Nobody. Yes.
Like, for real.
You could
No,
play him
for
all
real.
day and I would just sit here and watch.
Hey,
But
Jones, and thanks for having me. I just like
Thanks for
this.
coming up,
Look,
sir.
the panel last night really got me fired up. I watched the whole thing from beginning to end, and I'm just like you said, who are we? Like we got plumbers doing surgery, and it's
Yeah.
That's very true.
it's so dangerous.
Plumbers doing
It's so-
neurosurgery.
it's so dangerous, and like I don't give a damn what their secret is. Like it's not a secret that's going to bring Sebastian home. So everyone needs
Exactly.
to stand the fuck down, in my opinion.
I agree. Thank you for
I
coming
agree.
up, Senator. And you can
Yeah.
jump back up if you got something else, if you want to throw something in, because I know it's a lot of personalities up here.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Jones, and thanks for having me. And happy holidays, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Same
brother.
to you,
Merry
Senator.
Christmas.
Sorry, I know I came in hot. I apologize.
We probably
no,
need
no.
to watch a little bit of this, guys. We've been talking.
Yeah, let me
so
stop.
much.
I think we all have so much to say and we're used to just throwing it out there too. It is hard to keep us in
And we
order,
don't go
so.
on every panel that ever exists. So
No.
Thank God.
Katie, Seth, the fuck?
Mm.
The fuck? Stop saying you can't talk to the media when you use creators to push your fucking narrative.
but y'all do it though. That's my problem. Y'all do it. You push the narrative for them. Okay, so now let me look up truck.
Is somebody in the bathroom?
Is someone washing their freaking dishes?
No, you didn't hear none of that.
Muted.
Y'all didn't hear nothing.
Oh, apparently.
Okay, so this is what blew everything up that everybody's upset about, right? The truck. Lord. Okay, let's see. Well, I did have it. Where'd it go?
Before you play it, do you think he was insinuating something? Because I do.
See, that's what I was saying at the
With the
beginning,
truck or
Jason. He was about to tell it. He was about to say
Oh yeah,
something.
he was
definitely
insinuating
was.
something with that truck.
Oh.
I absolutely agree. I can give the man grace and respect on the fact that he has stood, 12 toes down on it today. But he was absolutely insinuating something, and
He was.
I,
He
I
was.
I appreciate that they tried to tell him like, oh no, you absolutely tried to push a narrative here that Chris was in the area like at a time frame he shouldn't have been. Yeah.
Indeed, that's what
okay.
it had to have been, right? Like it couldn't have been anything else but that, right?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
He
Well, they
doesn't have
did.
to have a digital footprint. It could have been
Sure.
it could have been anybody on the road.
How do you think people kidnapped before electronics were around?
Before electronics were around, they didn't have CART teams that could come in and figure out what phones were used, what Wi-Fi's were in the area.
Right.
Now,
they didn't
mind you, it was said that there were only what, 2 exterior internet
Wi-Fi.
sources that came in and out of the area that night.
Mhm.
And isn't it funny how one person
That
said one of them was his?
that night, hear what he said there. He absolutely was trying to push something towards Chris there. Like, isn't it funny that they said there was
It's
only 2
another
internet
wrinkle.
sources that
Mhm.
night? Okay, the only night in question is the night Sebastian went missing,
Yeah.
and so yeah, he was
It's a
absolutely
riddle. Another
pushing.
one.
Okay. So why would he do that? Why did he do that?
I
Yeah.
think when you listen
It's
to him
breadcrumbs.
in context with the rest of all the other stuff that he was saying yesterday and today, he's
Yeah.
frustrated as fuck. He feels like
Yeah.
it's not fair that people come out and bash Seth when he has some information and he knows other creators have this information because he said
Mhm.
that multiple times. And he feels like he can't go at Chris and Katie for that. Like he's the bad guy if he goes at Chris and Katie.
Well, he said
And
something today.
it's
He said
frustrating to him.
if this was me talking about Seth and his truck, y'all would be all for it. But
And they would
because
have been.
it's me talking about something Chris said, which keep in mind, Chris saying that about the truck don't mean shit. Not anything to me. Like there was no point
Absolutely.
even dropping that little bit of information. What was the point? I don't know.
Yeah,
But there's
because
got
now
to
the
be a
new
reason.
narrative is that law enforcement's incompetent.
Yes.
Mhm.
There's got
But I
to be a
also
reason,
feel
like Jason said, there has to be a reason why all of a sudden yesterday, Truth thinks to himself, I'm going to go and drop
Yeah.
this in here. I understand that he's frustrated, but it almost makes me think, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist, don't want to be, but are y'all fixing to switch up on Katie and Chris and keep the content going in a
He
different direction
he
to start
said
something?
something about there being something at night, or Nick the Hat posted a video or something yesterday that he posted, and he was all up in his feelings about it. He had his live planned, and then Clue went live, so he pushed his live off further so he could attend Clue's live. So it's something Nick the Hat posted or something on
Yeah, he
Twitter.
did
with Nick the Hat.
explain. He explained more. I think he explained part today in a couple different places. But he did explain that his original live was because of the video or a post that Nick the Hat had done, and that's originally what got him talking about it. And then the subject went into that from there. That wasn't the whole reason why he was going live. It was a subject that came up during the live.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a
Oh,
little weird, for sure.
oh, it got quiet real quick on that one.
I answered you.
I don't think I understand what you're.
I don't
I'm sorry.
understand it
I
either.
don't
I'm
understand
sorry.
what you're saying. That's why I'm quiet. I'm sorry.
Nobody
I don't get it.
understands, body. Don't feel bad.
He's
It
saying on
was
the
said.
supposedly on the night that Sebastian disappeared, they go through and they check like all the Wi-Fi in the area, and there was only
Jonesy, you have
2
someone in the back chat.
Wi-Fi's that came in that area and left that area. Like 2.
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure this is let me make sure this is you, bro. Let's see. Okay, tell me. Is it you? Truth.
Nah, bitch.
Yeah, I figured.
You
I was
thought.
like, when they said they were he was feeling slandered. I'm like, nah, he wouldn't say
No.
that because he knows we're absolutely speaking the truth over here.
Imagine you
Mhm.
corny bitch. Shut up.
Open networks, 2 traveling Wi-Fi's came in and left.
Okay.
And apparently Chris claims one was his truck.
That
Boom.
night? That
Well,
night?
they did the search for that night. So.
Why would Chris's truck be
Pushing
there?
that.
I mean,
I this is the first time hearing of this, so that's why I'm like, what?
Me too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't really comment on it because I don't know anything about it.
well,
Well,
I
it could
can.
have been the 25th through the 26th. I don't know. I mean,
25th through 26th still means that allegedly he wasn't in town.
I mean, the
the
26th he would have
26th he would have
been.
been. Right.
Oh, right. The 26th he would have been. But if I'm not mistaken, I think the comment went something like, those dumb assholes didn't even know that it was my truck.
Like, why does any of this matter? He was probably feeling frustrated with them. They couldn't figure out what this Wi-Fi was. Like, to me, that's not pertinent. That, like, we don't need to know
Lazy,
that.
well, if you can't ask me what time, because I don't know.
That's
I
really
don't know what time.
that's really weird because like so you're saying it's like a hot spot that came in and out.
Yes.
And that's really weird because you have to turn those on. They're not just on. You have to turn them on. They're not just on willy-nilly.
I'm just telling you what was said. Right?
Yeah,
Like, I can't stand by it. I just
it's really
know that
hard for me. It's really hard for me. I'm in tech. That's my job.
Mhm.
And it's really hard for me to believe that. And not that you're not telling the truth. I just don't know the source of that. It's hard for me to.
Chris.
Okay, so it's hard for me to believe that. Then it's hard for me to believe Chris. Yeah, not you, Truth.
Right.
Because it doesn't make any sense.
Well, I don't disagree with you, but it would make you ask the question, why would Chris say that?
Yeah, it would. It absolutely would. Yes, you're right. Absolutely.
And remember, he says he doesn't think Chris has anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance. So why drop this nugget?
You can't really tell right here at this point because again, you're putting it out there when nobody is, and again, it's very obvious the way that they're talking that law enforcement has already looked into this or law enforcement is aware of something. Let them do their job.
Mm-hmm.
It was said privately, y'all. And it was said to more than one person on this panel.
Granny.
So I'll leave it at that. It wasn't, and it was said at 2 different times. It wasn't said at the same time.
I mean, is Queen still here?
I don't know.
She might be feeding the dogs.
Okay, Chris comes up.
Until the 26th at 1 p.m.
It's like, please give permission to your camera and mic.
Dinner, so I was listening to
I'm gonna wait 20 minutes. How did I say that?
George Martyr. Some said, "Am I still here?" Yeah.
Oh, I thought that answered me.
She was just in Toasty's
What's up,
chat.
man?
That's all.
All right.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Hey, Chris, what's up, man?
What's going on? I want to know what's this talk that somebody on this panel is saying that I told you that my truck was in that neighborhood the night Sebastian went missing or the night before.
Somebody on this panel told y'all. Well, we know the only one it's not is body moving because the rest of these motherfuckers you have contact with in private. And that is the problem. And you can't just blame the parents. They're looking for an out. They're dealing with their trauma. You can't just blame them. But you have to blame the creator too, because if you feel like this is getting to an irresponsible level, cut it off. Cut it off.
I
And I
don't think
think
they
he
can
was,
do that now, though, Jones. And I think they're
yeah,
all too deep into it.
yeah, yeah, because
What
somebody
happens? Do
asked
they get
him.
called up before they realize?
No, I think what happens is I think that they get connected to it. And at some point or another, they hear a little piece of information at some point in private. And that makes them start to question things one way or the other, no matter who it is. I think it happens with Seth, and I think it happens with the Proudfoot. So it happens on all sides. But they hear something, it makes them a little bit suspicious. And now they're stuck because they base their entire existence on being on only one side of things.
Yeah.
And now how do they fight that? How do they now go out and say, fuck man, I may have been wrong, or I got questions for the other side. I got questions for my own side that I'm fighting for. And that is part of the problem. When you choose a side, you unfortunately have to stick with it. Or
Yeah.
this happens, or you feel like a
Yep.
fucking hypocrite.
I was telling them earlier, chasing, I won't do it, but this reminds me of so many instances in the Summer Wells case, and I could like
Mhm.
just swap out a current creator for one from back then because it's like these patterns just repeat themselves over and
All
Over
right.
over
and
and
Which
over
one
and
over
of you's
over.
and
Benny? Which
over.
one of you Cher? Which one of you are Bullhorn? Which
Which
one
one's
of you's
Ziggy? Which
MGL? Like,
yeah. Yeah.
Jones,
Well,
you remember what we were talking about yesterday when I was in Granny's chat and I sent her that super chat saying, y'all just need to stop talking about the parents like this. And then she came back at me and was like, well,
this ain't the
if
place
Seth,
for you then?
this isn't the place for you because our minds essentially are already made up. Our
Mm-hmm.
thoughts are not going to change about Seth, so you just basically need to keep going. And then Jay came in being the nicest person that she is and was like telling me that, oh well, he just wanted to be heard and seen, that's why he sent you that money. But I say that to say Granny's mind was made up from the beginning that Seth was the bad guy. This is a we don't like Seth channel, and it's going to stay that, period.
well, I
Yeah.
think Granny didn't start that way because I used to go and into her chat constantly.
No, I
She
think it mainly
she
changed
saw it
with the
changing.
exploitation from Seth.
Yeah, I think she could see it changing because we used to talk about it all the time. Like, this is going to come back on him. He's going to see that
Mhm.
talking like this constantly and doing the things that he's doing and hooking up with all these people, it's going to backfire. And when he came out with that info on Sebastian is when it became a channel where she was like, "Oh no, mm-mm, you're out of control, sir."
Mhm.
And then it
That was the big turn for a lot of us,
I think
honestly.
so. Yeah. I mean, it definitely was for me. I wasn't
It was
fond of
for
his
me. That's when I was
personality.
irate about
Yeah.
I
that.
guess I guess I have just a soft spot for Seth. What
No,
he
that's
did
okay
was,
though. He's still the parent of a missing child.
and
Like,
that's the
he's
only
still
reason why.
struggling.
That's the only reason why I have a soft spot for him. The same for Chris and Katie. I've never said a bad word about any three of them because at the end of the day, I do not think any three of them had anything to do with it. The only kind of thing that I would say that they might have something to do with is maybe at one point the bickering from all three of them might have drove him to walk out of that door. Who knows what happened? I hope one day we find out. I guess I was more so hurt by Granny because I went into Granny's all the time, and
Mhm.
I just had enough with the bashing, and maybe I should have kept my mouth shut. But I just wanted to tell them, just like I have on a few panels, don't, or in chat, don't trash. Just don't trash. I get it. Y'all don't like
State
the
your
man.
opinion, just don't trash.
Yeah, but I guess that was me also saying, who am I to tell somebody how to run their channel? Which I wasn't doing that, but you know, um, and I did one time say to her in like one of her comments, I think Seth was slow, and she used that against me and said, well, you're the one that called him slow. I do kind of think Seth is slow. I don't mean that in a
Mhm.
bad way. I just mean I don't think Seth's brain is working anymore, like a normal brain is working anymore. I think he hooked up with some of these people who don't really give a damn about him, and they gaslit him. And but also Seth is a grown man, and he should have never said what he said, and he can't take that back.
I
I
think
agree.
once you're love bombed like this, We've
Mhm.
got you. We are the ones who are Sebastian's army. We got this. We're going to find him. We back you. We back whatever you say. You're the boss of this. It gets to you. There's no
You
way
have
that
to.
it doesn't.
And I think that happens on both sides right now. I think that
Yeah.
all three parents are hearing from both sides.
Mhm.
We know how bad
So
this is for you, the Proudfoots. Like the things that they're saying about Katie are terrible. They're picking her apart. Like we're gonna go out there and defend you, right?
yeah.
And same thing with Seth. You know, we see how bad they're treating you, Seth. We see they're turning on you. We're gonna go out there and defend you. Like it happened. It's unfortunate, but it is what happens when there are sides because this past, I don't know, 6 months, let's say, I'll give the first maybe 2 months a pass, but anything after that, 8 months and on, I would say it's been complete sides.
Yeah.
And it's not about Sebastian. I don't think that any of these creators do this because they're actually like they care about Sebastian and want to bring
Mm-mm.
awareness to it. Because if they did, they would stick to the facts. They wouldn't cover nothing but drama, and they wouldn't do it every single day when there's nothing new to update on it.
And I do feel like essentially the Proudfoots are using these creators to push the information that they want out. I don't think it's necessarily a narrative. I don't know. I'm not one of the creators with this information. But I do feel like when Seth or the team comes out, right, with something that they feel is like slanderous to them, they will use these creators to push out what they feel is the truth. And like use the emails, for example. Um, and the truth was that all three parents were working together, but yet they were making it seem like Chris and Katie just didn't want Sebastian at all. So I think they use them in that sense, but at the same time, they're being used by the creators to try to get information. It is never gonna work out. It's always gonna end toxic as fuck. Y'all are using and abusing each other, and it's just it goes nowhere but
Well,
to
I
the
think,
dump.
it's also a creator thing. We don't realize ourselves how caught up we get in this whole situation. When you become a channel that is focused on something very specific and your chat numbers and your support keep going up so dramatically because that's where people go to hear about this shit, no matter which side you're on, you become addicted to that. I've talked about it before. I did. It's it's what happens when you go from 250, 500, 700, 1,000 people. You're like, "Wait, 1,000 people are here listening to me?
Absolutely.
Why?
But Chasen,
Why?"
you were never like this.
I I feel like yeah, I don't know what I was like anymore. It seems like it was a million years ago, but I watch it happen to them and I'm like, "Oh, this is gonna be bad," because when you go to cover something else and your numbers aren't exactly where they are now, it's a little bit of a slap in the face, like, "Oh, I'm not that bitch. I thought I was." You're not. We're
You
not.
are.
Well,
I have to say, Chasing, I don't think that you were like this. I watched you all the
I
time.
yeah,
But I think
I
I
I
think you
think I was
started
a
to feel like you were
debunker.
gonna get that way and you
I did.
recognized it and you pulled back. That's the difference.
And I could see myself easily going to that again, like, sitting with Granny, who I like very much. I could feel myself beginning to want to tear Seth to pieces, right? Because I
Right.
was so mad that he was out here doing this, but I remembered exactly how that felt for me, for Dawn and Candace, and I'm like, "Oh, bitch, you're doing exactly what you hated those people for doing to Dawn and Candace, and now you're doing it. You need to sit your ass somewhere in a chat room and shut up." And
And
that's
Mhm.
where I've
Chasing,
been since.
I had
Sometimes
to
you
let us
gotta
check
not.
have those hard
myself.
talks with yourself. You really do.
Yeah, I definitely had to check myself, and I realized, whoa, like because there were times that I went really hard at Seth because I was just so irrationally angry, and I was like, first off, why are you this emotional about a child that's missing that's not yours? Second off, you need to pipe the fuck down. This is the father of a missing child who's going through something I could never even think to imagine.
Yeah.
So you do have to check yourself. And if you're not willing to check yourself, that's how you end up in these situations.
And it's easy to get there. And I can't say that I blame anybody, but now it's so far gone. We have the injunctions and lawsuits, and you have the father of a missing child affecting people's lives, but you also have creators. And because there are so many, the father is the only one justified to even complain. The rest of these people need to shut the fuck up, seriously. But the father, he's being attacked from all over, but he has just as bad attackers on his side. So it's such a convoluted mess. Like, you're going to file real life paperwork against creators, but you've got these people out here doing the absolute most on your behalf. You've said you're the boss. It's how you want it to be, and that's it. Well, if that's the case, you're instructing these things to go on and you're okaying them. And that's not okay. If we should all be focused on Team Sebastian, if that's truly what's wanted, if that's what he needs us to be, then you can't have teams.
No.
You yourself, sir, can't have a team of people who are attacking another team of people. You
Well,
have to
I
direct
think the
them
thing
to
that
stand
doesn't
down.
help though, chasing, is again where while I absolutely agree that like the injunction is complete malarkey, right? It's all
bullshit.
those who are involved, it's complete opportunist of the location that they are located in, and it's absolutely being used for personal
For
vendetta,
personal
right?
problem.
Sure.
And 100% on the back of a missing child. I don't take that away from it at all, right? The part that frustrates me is the accusation against these people is that they are working with the Proudfoots behind the scenes against that other parent. So
They all
now
but proved that
take
today.
you take that, you take the live streams that bash both in the chat and the creators and the panels that bash that person, right? And then you add in today's information of all these people are in contact with the Proudfoots at some point in time or another, even if it's not current contact, they've had contact. And then you take that they all know this secret information that law enforcement doesn't want out. Like, you make it look, and it's like, it's so frustrating because you make it look like it's something when it could be absolutely nothing. But it's because you all are you're in too deep, and that's all sides. I think the fact that somebody hopped on, Brittany J, let's say names, Brittany J hopped on the injunction to settle her own personal vendetta that had nothing to do with Sebastian Rogers. She is in too damn deep.
I agree.
Preach.
I agree with that.
I don't. Let's listen.
I hate it. I hate the whole thing. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it for everybody, but especially for Sebastian. I just
Chasing.
fucking hate it. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you remember? And I know Jones and them might. I think that they came in kind of like after this, but I know you and I, and probably half the people here remember what Miss Golightly, who pretends that she didn't do what she did with Betty, they did it together as a solid team. What they
Absolutely.
did to Don and Candace, going to Tennessee, going to his job, making him, screaming at him, calling him every name under the sun, how terrible that was. And isn't it a crock of shit
Yes.
that she's on there now dogging Betty every day? Ma'am, you
Sir.
are just as bad as Betty.
When I say that Betty and Molly are the same, except Molly's evil. Betty's an idiot. Okay, Betty's she's a big mouth idiot, is what she is. Right? She thinks she's very smart. She's not. She's not. And she's just a big mouth. She thinks that big mouth is going to get her somewhere. She uses words that she doesn't even know what they mean. Molly's sly like a fox. Molly's not stupid.
Can you
And
tell
she is
me?
mean. She is a mean bitch.
Can you tell me the difference though between Molly, Betty, Dolly, Justin,
I
Josh,
think
Brittany
Dolly thinks it's
J,
a joke.
compared to these people on the Seth and or the Chris and Katie side? What is the difference?
Oh, I can definitely name one of them, and we can compare them to Molly. And I bet you she's
No,
worse.
I'm not just specifically to her, but for those
To
that
each
we call
other.
out as tragedy pimps, what is the difference between all the other
Yeah.
channels covering this case and now in contact with the other set of parents? What is the difference?
I don't think Molly was a tragedy pimp in the same sense that these YouTubers who
No,
aren't
because Molly
going
didn't need
into
the
the real
money.
life. Yes, exactly. She didn't need the money. She did it because she's mean. She's a mean human being.
And she
And
praised
So
fame.
that, I mean, that kind of sounds like Clue, right? Because she tells us how
Oh,
much of a rich bitch she is. So does she just feel
Well,
like
in-ground pool.
I agree. I would say she's on that same level. You all know how I feel about that motherfucker right there. I think she is absolutely a heartless person. Now, she may
I
have a
feel
heart
I
for some things, and that's fine. That's great,
everybody does?
of course. But I think she's the type of woman, like, if you confront her, she's gonna stand 10 toes down knowing she's still wrong, and she doesn't care. Like when Nonsense approached today, Nonsense was calm, and the way that she presented it. And her first thing was, well, I don't talk to Nonsense because
she
she
don't get
believes
enough
all
dick.
that I was a racist. You are, but
You
anyway,
are. Yeah.
you know,
Mhm.
and Nonsense is like, well, I saw what I saw, you know.
Okay, but to go up there and to call Clue out, the racist stuff aside, how is
Mhm.
what Clue's doing any different than the others that were on the panel?
Different than Granny, different than who else was up
Queen?
there?
Then, yeah, Granny,
Queen.
Queen. Who else was up there? Like, where?
Well, I feel like
I'm
Queen just
seriously asking,
okay.
like,
I'm gonna
what is
tell
the
you.
difference in the content?
I know a
I
little bit of the difference. Like Queen regurgitates what these others put out. Not in a I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm saying like she just discusses the things they've already talked about. But as for misinformation, Clue has absolutely thrown out things as to irresponsible
All of them
speculation.
have.
But
All
I
of them
think
have.
Clue also okay, so you have a few things with Clue. I think that she's mean, you know, she's a mean human, but
Okay, so then that
she
just kind of goes
pretends
back to that saying of like, oh, well, they're nice to me, so then I don't want to
no,
even look and think
that's
about the fact
I
that they
wasn't
could
even
put out
done with
something
I
mean.
wasn't even done with my sentence,
I know.
bitch.
I still
I
interrupted you.
I think she pretends to have information that others don't have. Like she's so close to this that she does have this information
Amazing. We
and
had
she
just
can't.
listened over the last 24 hours to two others do that as well.
yeah.
You
Yeah.
mean Granny and
Granny and Queen both did
Granny
this
and
whole
Queen,
past 24
Clue, and
hours.
Truth.
So how's it any different? And I'm not saying that they're bad, but they're doing the exact same thing.
And
So what
actually,
makes
Clue didn't even
her
know about the
actions
truck.
worse?
well, no,
Like
that's
Yeah.
what I
it
was
was
Neither
only
did
just about
Truth and
Queen.
to
Granny.
say.
To be
Granny
fair,
said
neither did Queen. Queen and Clue
Queen didn't
both
Queen,
either.
said
yeah,
that they did not
Queen
know
and
about the
Clue
truck
had no
stuff.
idea.
No.
Yeah.
And Granny said, are you talking about the truck thing to Truth? And he said, yeah, the truck. And she said, yeah, that's the only thing I know about. And then
No, I don't
there
think
was
that's what
some,
she said.
No, no,
and
no.
then,
She's
That is
talking
not what she
Lord,
vividly
y'all
said.
ain't
about
even
more
letting nobody
stuff.
finish the sentence.
But
Then
you're
he said to her, no, the other thing that the police don't want out there. And she said, right, stop threatening with that
And then
because
she
the
said
police
Queen and
don't
Clue
want
know
it
it
out
too.
there. And she said that they knew that too.
Yep.
That part.
Yes. All
Whatever
four of
that
them know
is.
that. Whatever it is, all four of them know it.
And then last night there was more things too. Like, no, I'm not talking about that. It's the other stuff. And Truth alluded to several, a multitude of things. We have no idea how many things they may or may not know. But my point is here the totality of it. you know, if we want to get down and parse out one thing, like, oh yeah, one has brown hair and one has blonde hair, but the totality of it, they all are sitting on information that the parent of a missing child gave them. They're dropping little crumbs here, there, everywhere, their own panels, each other's chats. How is that any different than Illuminati? What makes her a tragedy pimp or her a bad person for doing that to
What's
the
it any
family
different
of
than
a
Brittany
missing
J
child
and
Well, I think
Justin?
than
I
them?
think there is a totality. If you are an overall rude, mean, nasty person, people are going to look at you a little bit differently than, let's say, Dietz had this information, and Dietz is a nice person, but she had the same exact information that Clue had. You can like Dietz, and she may have this information in the background, and you may hate Clue because Clue comes off as a fucking bitch.
But exactly. So that would
But
only make me just as bad. If I was out there dropping crumbs and nuggets, I'm still the same. So even
I
though
don't think it would
I
make
might
you
have
as
a
bad.
sunny
But
disposition, it doesn't mean that I would be any different than
but
her,
I
than
think what
Dolly.
it comes down to though is, and I think that's
No
one of the
nonsense.
frustrations that so many have. I apologize for interrupting you, Deets. Is if you like a person, they are allowed to do the same exact things you will call somebody else out for because you like them.
Ain't
I don't
nothing
think
any of
so.
these motherfuckers have been doing over here in the background with the Proudfoots any different than what Justin and Brittany J pre
Tony,
injunction. Yeah,
Okay, but so
all of
let's
that. It
take the
ain't no
Summer
different.
Wells case then. There are things that we may know specifically about Summer's case, or the things that we search for specifically, like that I might know. So am I as bad as Clue because I know things about Summer's case
You're
and I'm not willing to release them to the public?
you're missing my point. I'm not saying that holding that information makes them bad people. But when you are using that to go at others and attack the other side, when you're using those
Yeah.
specific talking points to attack the other side, when you yourself are doing the same thing and you don't have clean hands from that
Oh, I
action,
can agree
then
with that.
that's the problem.
can I give an example that maybe can kind of illustrate it? If
Please.
I am watching a Brittany J stream, right? And I see that Brittany J gets some little tidbit of information from somewhere, right? Whether it be a text message, an email, a phone call, somebody in her chat, somebody on the panel, right? And now they're running with it like that information is now fact. And now I see Justin is covering that information, and Dolly is covering that information, and Betty is covering that information, and Tony is on somebody's panel talking about that information as if it is fact. When I know good and well it's absolute, like it's not the truth, it's pure speculation or pure disinformation, right? And I say, you know what, I'm going to call Brittany out for this because I know it started with her, right? And that side is doing this. But then I see, let's just say Clue, right? I see Clue do it, and I'm like, oh, I really like Clue. She's pretty funny. Like, I'm gonna set that to the side because, I like her.
Mm-hmm.
That's not wrong. That's not right because ultimately, if the disinformation, misinformation, the breadcrumbs, the leaked information, whatever you want to call it, those
Riddles.
behaviors are coming from everybody involved. The only person I will say that up until today has kept the secrets of the family on like their lips have been shut has been Queen Bee.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I
That's the
also
only
think
person I have not heard leak private information out that should not have come out. That
I
was not
agree.
information from law enforcement that should have come out
Mm-hmm.
on
well,
any side.
I
Yeah.
mean, we all have our own lines, and if people cross them, like talk to families and then act like, oh, I have all this information, I'm not going to tell you anything, and that's something that you're against, then you may feel like that across the board. But I see exactly what Dietz is saying, but there are definitely, like Nonsense says, we're all fucking hypocrites. If I felt like Nonsense spoke to Chris Proudfoot on the phone, like Granny said that she did. Granny said, I had to talk to him about something about the injunction. And yes, I heard something on the phone. I don't think she uses that as a weapon against other people.
So she didn't come out here and tell us that Sebastian Rogers was addicted to pornography.
Say that one more time. There was water in
She
the back.
didn't come. Yeah, sorry, I'm putting up groceries. She didn't tell. She didn't come out here and tell us that Sebastian Rogers might have a porn addiction. Was that
A
something that
porn
was useful to
addiction?
the public?
A porn addiction?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, indeed. I just came up here to
Yeah.
ask about the preacher. I couldn't figure out what the heck was the deal with the
We
preacher
have no
today.
idea about the preacher.
Oh God, Jones, and I've been trying to figure this dadgum preacher out for like since yesterday. And
Who,
then
Brian Feller?
huh?
Tyler Feller.
Tyler
I
Feller.
have no idea. They just kept saying a preacher, and then I got and then I listened a little bit to a different panel, and Elevated Truth was explaining his position, and he was saying that the whole reason that he said something at all about this truck was it wasn't that he was trying to leak information. He was irritated that Chris Proudfoot had said these dumb MFers don't even know what they're doing, and that he was like bragging, and that irritated him. And I listened when Elevated Truth delivered whatever the whole thing with the truck, and I never got that impression that he was annoyed that Chris Proudfoot was bragging. And so now I'm even more confused, and you guys are talking about an important thing that I really can't add to. I don't
We're
have,
all confused, Jen Lou.
Well,
This
and
because we don't really
nonsense.
stay on top of the drama of
Yeah.
Sebastian's case anymore. The only reason because we've been saying like y'all are doing too much. Y'all need to back off.
So
And
here's where the
this
problem
hit.
really happens, though. Like, you've got, nonsense saying, well, that originally started on Clues. Okay, does that still, if it originally started there, does that make it any better to put it out there? And her version didn't come from Clue or from rumors on Clues. It came from
Oh,
a
the
tip line lady that she called, and then decided to go out and play the call from the tip line lady that she had recorded. So it's a new source there. So
Yeah.
my thing is like, we can't just sit here and aggressively go at one side when this other side is doing the same damn thing. We might want to turn our heads to the left and the right and pretend it's not happening or bury our heads in the sand. But show me one person out here with clean hands in all of this. Just one.
Well,
I gave up after the email situation. I got to tell you, Deets, I gave up because we all read the exact same email. The words in the email are the words in the email. That's it. That's all. Yet, depending on who was reading the email, the interpretation, the meaning, what they perceived was being spoken about was completely different. And once I saw that, I don't know why it was the emails, because it's been going on. It's not like I didn't see it. But once the emails were just the straw that broke the camel's back for me, and I just decided to listen and not talk about it, not cover. I'll just keep posting Sebastian's missing persons flyer, and that'll be it, because it's too much. I don't even know why I clicked the link, honestly, because I don't really feel like I have anything of value to add other than more fucked up shit.
Because we don't know all the ins and outs, because we have kind of stepped away from it. But the emails were also a point of contention, because every little bit you put out on this YouTubeosphere, is what I call it, is going to be dissected and torn apart, right?
Absolutely.
It's
will.
going to
Yeah,
happen.
and I couldn't understand. I understood that people were going to do it. It was the way in which it was done that I couldn't understand.
Well, and that's
Because
what
it was
I was going to say,
battle.
is that Clue came out with the information, right, with Stephen Crabtree.
Mm-hmm.
And until Truth got on that panel, she was pushing it towards, y'all see what Seth was trying to do? And then Truth got on panel, and it kind of changed a little, because Truth was like, so what you're trying to say is, look at how they're all working together, right? And then it was like, oh yeah, right.
And Truth's the only one who shut down. They were like, I think it was Crabtree who was going to try to put out some information there on that platform about, something private about Sebastian.
Truth
He's
shut
the
it
only
down.
one who shut it down.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I didn't get that. I heard what the emails, what was written in the emails, and to me, what it sounded like is, I don't know what was going on for sure, but whatever it was, it sounded to me like three parents who were just trying to get help, figure it out, and they were all trying to work together, and they may not have always agreed on what was best or, you know, the right way to do it, but they were at least communicating. And I think that I just didn't see anything bad about it. I didn't see anything bad coming from the Proudfoots. It didn't sound to me like they were just trying to get rid of Sebastian or get him out of the home. I didn't see anything bad in those emails at all. The way that that was twisted was so gross to me. I don't even like using that word because it kind of sounds like, you know, let me use Natasha Cooper's phrase, a titty baby bitch, which I'm not.
Well,
But
the twist that
yeah.
Clue put on it, you know, throwing it out there before Truth got up there, making it seem like it was something that Seth was really the one doing. All that did was make the other side, the Brittany Jays and the Justins and all of them, throw it back at, look, no. It made Tony Mathis, you know, feel the need to respond first. And then it had all of them going buck wild on the opposite theory. See, this was Katie and Chris wanting this. It was just too much.
Yeah. See, I didn't get.
Thank you, Annette.
Now I don't know what the reason was for releasing those emails or talking about those emails when they were talked about. And I'm not even going to try to guess, but the content of the emails was not bad to me. It didn't paint either parent in a bad light, in my opinion. In fact, it actually kind of made me sad that they at one point could work together, or at least were trying to work together, and to see where they are now. Like, that made me sad. And that's about it.
You know what's sad to me when they try to say that Chris and Katie, Sebastian wouldn't conform to the way they wanted him to be because of his so-called situation and his unfortunate shortcomings, as said by these people, as in Chris being this military man, this guy's guy, this man's man, and that Sebastian doesn't play sports, he isn't going to be that type of boy, or at least he's not right now, and he didn't want to have anything to do with him. That sucks because God willing, when Sebastian does come home, and he's going to have to hear how people said his mom and stepdad viewed him, and then have to hear about everything that people say about his dad, and then what they say about his mom. Like, the internet lives on forever. That's such a sad thing for people to say they got rid of him because he wouldn't conform. He wasn't going to be a normal boy.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all sad to me. It's so sad. It breaks my heart for Sebastian. And that's just terrible. It's awful. It's awful. And at the end of the day, and I've said this 11 billion times, so I'm going to say it 11 billion and one, and then I'm going to let y'all get back to it. At the end of all of this, however it shakes out, whatever happens, I always hope that Sebastian comes home and he's safe and sound. But I know that there's a chance that that's not how it's going to work out. And either way that it shakes out, that family is going to be the one that has to deal with it. And they're going to have to deal with the fallout from everything that has happened on YouTube. And I can assure you that all the people that participated in any way, shape, or form, however little or however big, in the making this rift almost permanent between this family, are going to walk away and they will be on to something else. And I find that to be incredibly sad.
Absolutely. I think about that all the time. You know, all these people, they'll go away. They'll move on to something else. Chris, Katie, and Seth will have to deal with the pieces and try to figure out the rest of their lives. It's incredible. And you know, I wanted to ask Chasing, are you still here, Chasing?
Yes, I'm here.
I asked Joneson before, and I don't want to get serious. Chasing, what do you think happened to Sebastian?
Before you answer that, I'm just going to say really quick, Jones, and thanks for having me up, babe.
Thanks for
I'm
coming up.
going to listen in the chat. And by the way, I saw you in my chat a couple of times, and I meant to say hi, but then I got distracted because
Oh,
Amy
it's
L
okay.
said something ridiculous and preposterous, and I had to comment. So
It's
I'm sorry about that
it's
because I
okay.
like to say hi to my friends. But y'all have a good. I'll be in the chat, and I'm sorry that I interrupted your answer chasing.
No.
No,
Oh,
that's fine.
you're
All right, you
good.
guys
Thank you
have
for
a good
coming up.
night. All right, bye.
Bye.
See ya.
I think he was lured. I think he was stressed and he left on his own.
See, that's what I think. I think that he was probably a lonely kid and, got on a gaming site, whether Chris and Katie knew he was doing it or whoever. I think he got on it and I think he started talking to somebody and that somebody had nefarious intentions.
Yeah.
But anyway, I didn't mean to get too serious. I just wanted to know your opinion.
Yeah, no, that's what I think happened. I don't think that the parents have anything to do with anything.
I don't think so. And if you think about it, I think the people that trash Seth the most, I don't think that they think that he had anything to do with it either. At the end of the day, even some of them might say that to kind of go along with the narrative. Same with Chris and Katie. I don't think that those people who try to trash them think that they had anything to do with it, but they have to keep it going.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
Jones, and I think we've only gotten through like
I
the
know.
first couple of
I
minutes.
know.
Let's listen to the rest of it.
Okay.
That's not what was said. What was said was you said that your truck's Wi-Fi was in the cart when the cart team did their thing on the 25th or the 26th.
Well, Gray Pearl so have the rest of these creators.
And I also restated that it could have very well been when you came home after Sebastian went missing.
So that would have had to been the 26th when I got to my house.
That's what we said.
That's what we said.
Chris. That's exactly what we said.
No.
Yeah, I said it has to have been when he was coming home from the work site.
That's what was said.
My truck wasn't in the area, the vicinity. The FBI knows this. So don't speak of my truck being in that vicinity, that area, until the 26th at 1 p.m. in the afternoon.
That's what we said.
Well, not the time frame, but
not the time frame. We didn't know the time. But what we said was that they did it for the 25th and the 26th. So it's just as much likely that it was when he came in after Sebastian went missing.
Yeah, and that's why I was confused because I was like, "What?" And then that's why I said it had to have been when he came home.
Well, the problem is you get a bunch of people out here. You say one thing, you mean one thing, and this, that, and another, and then it runs wild like a fucking brush fire that goes crazy.
That's true.
And here we are. We're 10 months into this. We got no leads. We got nothing. But yet we got another team over here that's out here just throwing shade left and right and a bunch of crap.
That's what we're talking about. We think it's very dangerous. People are being thrown under the bus and nobody seems to fucking care.
Who's in the back chat?
I have no idea.
Him again. She was making those answers.
I'm psycho element.
I wouldn't let them in for anything.
About is what we're doing up here, right? The point of this situation is that all of the bullshit has got to fucking stop. All of it.
Yeah, but see, here's my point. Just as much as Brittany and Justin and them and Betty are part Smiley, just as much as they are part of causing the bullshit, so are every single one on this panel except Body. Every single person on this panel. So saying this, it has got to stop, it does. And you're in control of you. You choose if you want to take that step back, do some self-reflection, and figure out if exploiting a child is what you want to do. If it's not what you want to do, you will remove yourself from the situation. If it is what you want to do, you will continue to exploit him.
Putting shit behind the scenes for creators to talk about. Seth needs to stop it. Chris and Katie need to stop it.
Well, hold on. Let me stop you there because we ain't putting stuff out behind the scenes.
Bullshit.
Well, Chris, can I answer you about
what are we putting out behind the scenes?
Chris, don't put me in this position. Don't do it. Do not pull my man card. Chris, Don't pull my man card and put me in this position.
I ain't pulling anybody's man card.
Chris, I'm going to ask you one more time. Do not put me in this position.
Well, the way you're making it sound is a little odder than it may be true. So maybe instead of getting like that with him, because he may not know what you're referring to, because to be
Yes, he
honest,
does.
but it's for Sebastian, right?
I'm not up here to have an issue with you, Chris. I just sat here and said, I don't think you have anything to do with the disappearance of your stepson. But do not put me in the position of you saying that there's not shit being pushed behind closed doors when you know damn well there has been.
Dang.
I'm gonna tell you right now, there ain't a thing out there that we're afraid of. We
I don't
haven't
think there
done
is either.
anything. Hold on. Let me finish. Because this isn't about fucking size. Once again, when all these creators can get past this shit and finally focus back on Sebastian, then the case might go somewhere. But it won't go anywhere if everybody is out here putting different narratives out there that don't need to be out there.
We all agree on that.
Right. But what Truth is saying right here is that Chris is part of trying to get these creators to sprinkle this information out for them.
Right. But that includes
So once
everybody,
again,
Chris.
Yeah, that includes everybody. And I'm going to tell you something. If you come at me sideways or you come at my family sideways, you can bet your tail that when we bring the proof, it's proof. It's plain and simple.
Well, that's the thing, Chris. No one is
I don't throw
accusing
shade at people. I bring the proof. That's the difference.
about what?
Whatever. If y'all want to come out and say some shit, come out and say it.
Who is said? What are you worried about someone saying?
It doesn't.
I don't know.
That's
I don't
the
know. Hold
problem.
on.
And see, that shit right there, I can't stand. You do a little sprinkle, you give out a little riddle, and then you pull it back in and say, I don't understand why you think I got something to say.
Yeah,
What do
I
you
don't like.
mean?
I understood. I don't know. I didn't like. There's parts of this that I did like. I did like the fact, like, I understood what he meant when he was talking about the man card. I know a lot of people felt like he shouldn't talk to the parent of a missing child, but he did explain it today, and I understood much more of it. But he just was basically like, you're not gonna sit there and call me a liar when you know that I know what I know, whatever that may be. But even when
Which
you're
ain't none of
saying
our
that, you're
business.
doing the same thing. It's the riddles, it's the cryptic talking, because what you're doing is you're making it seem as if this family is now hiding something, and that fuels another side of things,
It
which
just makes
then
it
keeps that
worse.
same drama going
Yeah.
over and over and over again. It's like it's a cycle. It just keeps happening.
I don't know
That's
how
the
much.
problem. Because you all come out and say different things, and you all have your little riddle ways of putting shit out there.
Yes.
I think you're confusing
Yes, Hunty.
us with different people. Never have we done riddles.
Yeah.
That's a
Truth
lie.
has sat up here and did 3 riddles before Chris even jumped up there. So, Body, I like you, girl. You the least problem of all these folks, but pay attention, girlfriend.
Truth out
Never.
there yesterday or the other day said some stuff about Katie.
Like what, Chris? Open that can.
I don't have the exact quote on me, okay?
Well, if you're
I
going to
don't.
accuse me on my panel, be willing to back it up.
I am willing to back it up. If I have the exact quote, I would give it to you.
What was it about?
In regards to whether or not Katie was there or her going to the school looking.
Dates. Baby, come back. What's the rest of it? I will do it all for you. Or something like that.
For Sebastian?
You mean my question of why did Katie go to the school? Is it because Sebastian had maybe missed the bus and had walked there at some point? You're upset about that?
The way it was projected made it sound like you're questioning why did she even go to the school in the first place?
That's exactly what I was asking. Why,
because
out
she's
of
a mother
everywhere,
who has a son that goes to that school.
Right.
Why wouldn't you go to the school and look for your kid?
I would agree with that.
I
Why?
mean,
there too.
I would have done the
my
same.
question was my question was there a history of Sebastian walking to school, which is why she first thought, let me go to the school. Now, if you took that as me being disrespectful, that wasn't what it was. It was.
I'm dropping this live stream in the chat as we go. Credit to Truth.
Why was her first thought go to the school? It's
Because,
a simple question.
Right. And it's a simple, logical answer to think about, too.
Okay,
It
so
is a Monday morning. He was supposed to be at school. So, just like any other parent out there who has children, they're going to do the exact same thing.
I mean, if my child was missing, I would be out screaming from the rooftops for him.
And you're saying that she's not.
I'm absolutely saying she is not out screaming from the rooftops for her child.
What you don't know happens behind closed doors.
That's not screaming from the rooftops.
Wait a minute.
No one can hear her.
The problem is every time that somebody comes out and does something or says something, it gets twisted and turned in such a negative light. It doesn't matter who it is.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter.
And that goes for y'all too. But also, these creators said that they have asked Chris and Katie, do you care if we put some of this information out? And Chris and Katie tell them, go ahead. They don't care if they truly don't. So if you're given permission to put something out, you're essentially stepping up to the plate for this shit to keep happening.
That's true, 100%.
I don't disagree with you on that. But when
I mean, so once again, you're out here saying this.
Hold on. No, I'm out here saying this because I've said that. Hold on. I've said this to you and Katie personally, have I not?
You have, Truth.
Okay.
Don't understand if you're not here in this situation. You're not seeing the whole picture.
Hold on. Now, when I had that conversation with you, was it one conversation, 10 conversations?
Truth, we've had several conversations.
Okay. Now, did I ever have that conversation with you with any ill intent whatsoever?
No.
Okay.
Not.
So why are you mad at me?
Let me.
Why are you mad? Because I'm asking questions. Because I want
mad.
just
Hold
like
on.
you want
Well, let me answer
Sebastian to
your
be
question.
home.
I mean,
Let me
you
answer your
gotta give her a chance
question.
to talk, Truth. To be fair.
So automatically, my phone has been blowing up ever since you started talking about my truck. So it's shit like that when it's put out there and you don't have the right information, which I'm pretty sure I've told you that before.
I said exactly
when
what
my
you
truck
just
was
said.
There. Once again, are you going to let me finish?
If you'll listen to what I say and repeat it
I was
correctly,
trying
sure.
to, but I was trying to finish my statement.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
So I've told you this before. And the cat's out of the bag. FBI looked into me a long time ago. They've tracked my whereabouts with no problems.
Well, yeah, that's part of the problem too. Somebody just said, Spooky Paws, who is blowing up Chris Proudfoot's phone and why? Exactly. And I do agree. Like, why do you got so many folks? I mean, unless it's just like family members and stuff, but I don't know. I took it as like other YouTube people. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think family members would be watching a random stream, on a Thursday night.
Right.
So to me, I take it as that's because you're in contact with quite a few people, whether it be
And that's
creators
not
or
good
subs,
either.
and they're watching and they're going and telling you what's being said about you.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you're in too deep, in my opinion.
Yep.
So when you come out here and somebody makes a statement, and then once again, like I've said before, you say something and 50,000 people take it and they run with it and they twist and turn it. And you could bet your sweet ass this conversation will be twisted within less than probably an hour of the show being over, if not twisted now.
Just twisted.
Oh, somebody live. Somebody's live.
Yeah, but
Now
here's
they're
the
all in
thing.
the chat.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter
true.
how people. It doesn't matter how people twist it, right? Like they're going to
For
twist
you, it doesn't
everything.
matter
You
because
just-
you're not
hold
living
on.
this life that we live.
Are you going to let me
Plain and
finish?
simple.
No, they didn't.
Are you going to let me finish? Then
Terms
I'm
of
listening to you,
service.
right? You cannot come on here and act like I'm doing something wrong because I'm paying attention to you and Katie, and you have no problem with everybody throwing shade at Seth. You have no problem with that, okay?
Now, see right here, I don't understand why he's saying that because I feel like he's told y'all multiple times to cut the shit. Last time he told y'all was on Clue's panel. Now, y'all act like when he said everybody, all of y'all, that y'all didn't include y'all. Like, I don't understand.
But you don't feel like, okay, so you don't feel like it's contradictory, right? When we hear him speak, he says, I don't want anybody bashing Seth. That's not how Katie and I get down. And they stand to that. So I respect the hell out of that.
Mm-hmm.
But every creator that they're in contact with bashes Seth.
Yes, I do find it contradictory. Yes.
Like
I do.
I struggle with that dynamic personally.
It was the very next day, Nunya, the very next day after Chris Proudfoot was on Clue's panel asking everyone to stop the bashing. The very next day they were live bashing. So I don't know. Is he just saying don't bash them in public and then saying something different in private? I don't know. Because guess what? I don't talk to the parents of missing children and exploit them and take advantage of their vulnerability.
Am I wrong? Doesn't Truth bash Seth?
Yeah, well, yeah. The first time Truth really even came in my channel, he left out of here because me and he kept calling Seth a pedophile. He kept typing it in chat in all caps, and we told him to chill out spelling the whole word. If he like, we didn't want it in there, period. But if you feel like you need to say it to get your point across, then just shorten it. Don't put the whole word. You're gonna get me fucked up. And he left out of here raging about it. But yes, he was in my chat at first talking about him being a pedophile.
You can't come on here and pick apart something I'm saying because you don't agree with it now, but you sit there and have no problem with people attacking Seth. Okay?
I had problems when I gave you the truth. I have a problem when I gave you the truth.
What truth? What truth?
I told you about my truck.
Is that not what I just said on my live? I literally said what you said. So why are you arguing with me about that?
Because there's a lot of questions about it. Because
that has nothing to do with me. I said word for word what you said.
No, you didn't. Because it wasn't, well, my truck would have been there the 25th or the 26th.
That's not what I said.
There is no question about me on the 25th. I didn't show up until at least 1.
And they corrected it later, I think today on Queens.
1 o'clock in the afternoon on the 26th, period.
Can you just clarify the situation, Chris? Like what exactly? You show up on the 26th, they go for open networks. Like what was the story, just so it doesn't go further? And
so on the 26th, when I got there, okay, I went and talked to the detective. Probably, I don't know, I wasn't even home maybe in 30 minutes. And I went and talked to the detectives. Okay. Later on that day, I mean, there was, like we've said before, there's been people in and out of that house quite often. They brought in their special little tools and their gadgets, and they do what they do. When they saw that there was my truck's internet on their system, they were like, well, this is a new one. Well, no shit, because it's my truck.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes total sense.
My truck doesn't need to be in anybody's conversations about where it was, when it was, and how it was.
Chris, did you hear me say that I don't believe that Chris had anything to do with Sebastian? Okay, so then in saying that, when I spoke about your truck, do you think I was insinuating that you had something to do with Sebastian's disappearance?
No, that's not what
Well, I don't think you. No, but you were insinuating something, and what? I'm not so sure. I don't understand.
I said.
I know. So my point is, it was said that your truck was there. I explained that they did because you told me that they did the geofencing thing for the 25th and 26th. Okay, am I right?
I didn't tell you exactly what dates. I told you when they did it. However, what I'm telling you is don't insinuate my truck or me on the 25th or the morning of the 26th.
I didn't. So why are you still stuck on that?
I mean, Drew, to be fair, like I'm really trying to focus on the chat because I know we have trolls. And there are people saying that you kind of were insinuating. And I mean, I'm not going to lie. I kind of felt that too.
And that's why I was confused. I was like, what? I really was.
Me and Bonnie were both like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like,
Go back
you do have a way. Hold on. You do have a way of saying things like this mysterious fucking chocolate in a like fucking Valentine box. Like, what the fuck am I going to get? I don't know until I bite. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be rude, but I mean, you do insinuate when you speak.
I mean, I guess what's okay is that we can grill Seth to the end, but we can't grill Chris and we can't grill Katie.
No, I don't think anybody's saying that.
No, I
don't.
Hold on.
I'm going to stand. I have the right to say my own opinion.
How about we don't grill any of them? I mean, that's a thought, right?
I don't give a damn what you think you are entitled to.
The fuck over it.
You know, I'm not saying y'all agree with me, right? But it's interesting to me that Seth has been accused of horrible things with Katie. Seth has been accused of being abusive. Hold on. Can I finish, please? Just 1 second. Seth has been accused of being physically abusive to Sebastian. Chris has been accused of these things. But what we're arguing is a truck being in the area. That's what made you jump up here. Not all the other accusations. But
So
the
once
way
again,
that
yeah.
the
So
truck,
we'll address that real quick. It's real simple. What goes on in our family is not the public's business. We're not going to sit here, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you what in the world goes on or what happened in the past or any of that nature. That is not the public's business. I'm not going to sit up here and do what Seth did. That's not happening.
so wait.
I don't care if it offends or hurts somebody's feelings. That God forbid the parent between Seth and I'm not going to sit here and bash Seth. I'm not going to sit here and put out personal information.
Pay attention.
That's nobody's business. How many people out there in all of these things have all said the same thing, that it should have never happened? And it's correct. It shouldn't have.
I agree.
It doesn't do anything.
Well, and comparing what Seth goes through, there's a shit ton more people that are accusing Chris and Katie. Look at them in your chat. Fucking
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not.
listen,
Hold on.
It's wild in there. Like,
it
I
is.
mean, your
And then
chat-
you're saying, oh, Seth doesn't care if people talk about him. Tell me he fucking doesn't when I'm paying a lawyer for an injunction.
yeah,
When
that's a
he said
lie.
cease
And on
and
top of it,
desist.
A bold
True.
faced lie. He cares.
Well, I will say the truth. You and I, we've had our conversations, and we respect each other enough to understand we don't
Sure.
always agree, and we don't always
Absolutely.
disagree.
For sure.
But when your chat and my phone blows up with the perception of what you were, I'm not saying you're directly insinuating it, but even the fact that the way it came out was enough that my phone blew up.
Listen, here's the thing.
And that's a serious issue, man.
The serious issue is that Sebastian's missing. That's the serious issue. Your phone
Well,
blowing
yes,
up doesn't
that's
mean
the
a
top
damn.
priority. That's not
Honestly, I'm not trying to
that's
be
the top priority.
disrespectful, but for people to be hitting your phone up, that tells me there's a lot of people on YouTube that have your fucking phone number.
No, just a lot of people have Facebook Messenger.
Well, maybe that, but my point is, I'm not responsible for the chat. Okay, I haven't even been paying attention to the chat because they've been saying just as much nasty shit about me in my chat. Okay, I'm talking to you. I've been talking to you through my message, through my lives. I've been talking to Katie through my lives. I've done it behind the scenes and personal. There is absolutely nothing, and Chris, you've got to be able to agree with me on this. There's nothing that I've said up here on this panel that you and I haven't talked about before.
And C was his. I don't agree with that. I don't think we deserve to hear anything. It's not our fucking business. You know who deserves to hear from Katie? All the details, law enforcement. That's it. That's all.
I'm not disagreeing with you on that.
So I'm not up here. Listen, I'm not up here to smear you or smear Katie or smear Seth. Okay, that's not my goal.
Smear. Listen,
And Jones, you know what it makes me think of?
It's the fact of an insinuation.
What?
It makes me think of now. I kind of get like why Katie don't ever say anything. Why would she? Why would she want to?
Yeah, I wouldn't
It
want
gets
to.
twisted. No, or like I can kind of understand why Chris and Katie kind of keep to themselves and really don't come around. Like, yeah, they might be saying stuff to other YouTubers, and Seth is so out there with it, but I can tell that this really eats away at them, and I can see why Katie did her few little interviews, and then I'm done with this.
Yeah, me too. I totally get it. Thank you, Law Nerd, for your information. The woman on panel Body was in the documentary Don't Fuck with Cats that aired on Netflix. Yeah, she was.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I
Wow.
loved that show.
That documentary,
or the way that people
It was
twisted my
good.
mind. It was
She's the
very
main
good.
one on it. She's the one narrating.
Really, because that Luke dude,
Yeah,
really freaked me out what he did.
yeah. Period. Fucked up. Thank you so much, Law Nerd. I appreciate that, baby.
people perceive it, and what do? They're going to turn around and they're going to blow up the phone lines, the tip lines, and push this narrative that is so false. That's what they're going to do.
I agree, Law
But
Nerd.
hasn't that been the same thing? The little bit of information that you
She said on here earlier, Law Nerd, like this, all this bullshit is exactly why she doesn't get entangled with parents of missing children or victims' family members.
and Katie have put out, the creators done to Seth.
There's a line you don't cross, and none of these motherfuckers can see the line. They're all blind.
Actually, no, we don't put out false information about Seth.
I didn't say false, just information in general.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be fair, if it's information that should be known about Seth, isn't that worth it?
Why doesn't that work? Why doesn't that work the same way for Chris and Katie though?
Well, if it's actual factual information, sure, put it out and call law enforcement. Go for it.
I mean, listen, you know just as well as I know.
This ain't about tit for tat of what he did in the past, what she's done in the past, what I've done in the past. Who cares?
Stop.
This
But
ain't about our
apparently,
characters. This is about finding Sebastian.
but I think
And if we
unfortunately
go
it has
tit
a
for
lot.
tat about, well, Seth did this, Katie said that, I did this, and blah, blah, blah. It, once again, it doesn't find Sebastian.
But who put that information out there for everybody to know? If it doesn't matter, why was it ever put out there in the first place?
Well, how many times have you asked us about something about Seth and we've never told you?
Rarely.
Same concept.
Rarely.
Nope.
I mean,
Same
honestly,
concept.
listen, here's the thing. It's not about me wanting you to be bashed, Katie to be bashed, or Seth. I don't want any of the parents to be bashed. But I also,
Then quit
at
with
the
crap.
don't tell me what to do with my channel because I'm not
Yes.
doing any crap. I'm simply bringing up conversation, Chris. The same conversations that I've had with you personally. I'm not talking about anything that I haven't talked to you and Katie about. So to assume that I'm coming on here and making shit up or pushing a narrative is bullshit. Because I'm not, and you just said yourself, everything I've said, I've spoke to you about already. So to insinuate that I'm putting out some type of narrative that is you don't know about or you don't whatever, that's not the case. My questions have come up based on the conversations that we've had, right? And at the end of the day, I will stand on this again. And I won't go into it any further out of respect. I have been very careful about speaking on Sebastian at all and why there were decisions being made because I think it is extremely important to protect.
Yeah, Carl. I'm not gonna say you're not wanted here. You're welcome here, but I highly disagree. Clue is a huge part of the problem. And actually, since that's what we just brought up, let's switch on over here to the panel when nonsense confronts Clue. And then truth comes up right after that. Because that's pretty much the gist of what was going down on truths. It doesn't go, I mean, it goes for a little while longer, but it's all repetitive shit. It's all the same shit. So we're gonna switch
Josie,
over here.
you were right though. That was the first time that I'd heard that whole thing. That really was something.
We can keep it going, baby. Here, I'll let it play more.
A child,
no.
Right? I also think that if the general public knew some of the things, they would understand why you and Katie and Seth were making the decisions you were making or attempting to make. Would you agree?
It's not our
I'm not
business. See that right there? What he just said.
That if the general public on Sebastian at all today, I will stand on this again. And I won't go into it any further out of respect. I have been very careful about speaking on Sebastian at all and why there were decisions being made because I think it is extremely important to protect a child, right? I also think that if the general public knew some of the things, they would understand why you and Katie and Seth were making the decisions you were making or attempting to make.
That's mind-blowing that this stuff is being talked about.
I respect that.
What I will agree with is simply this. Having a conversation is one thing. Having questions is one thing. But when your chat, which, I mean, no, you're not responsible for everybody. That's completely understandable. But as one creator has even stated, sometimes the way you say something almost seems like you push something in a different direction.
I just think it's frustrating to certain people that I won't push their direction.
I don't have a direction other
I
than
didn't say
finding
you.
Sebastian and bringing him home.
I didn't say you.
That's what I have a problem with. Is why is everybody so worried about
Did something happen?
the bullshit? And that's literally what it is, bullshit. Instead of actual finding Sebastian.
Well, to be fair, Chris, without all the information, it's kind of hard, right?
Right, but there's no new information. I wish there was. There's nothing.
And because there's nothing, I think a lot of people are filling it with bullshit, right? They're filling the void with the gossip and the bullshit and those.
Well, now a creator's involved. I mean, so yeah.
Well,
this is the
yeah.
shit that's going on.
I think when there's a divide, somebody's going to fill the gap with something, right? And that's what we see day in and day out.
And I see a lot of comments, and I see a lot of comments about Katie, let Katie speak, and using the Texas Roadhouse video footage as an example, she was picked apart simply for looking for a waitress, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Like they picked that apart for weeks, or well, not weeks, but over a week. I kind of understand why she wouldn't. Anything she does, she rubs her leg and people think something. Like, I kind of understand where she's coming from there. It's a lot. People really tear her apart, you guys.
Well, people, well, hold on, and let me defend something real quick. People tear all of us apart. All of us.
That's facts.
People are tearing people apart in these shows for no reason.
You're right, Milton.
Now they're going after a pastor.
Oh, no, baby. No, baby. They are doing it for a reason. All of them are doing it for the money. That's it. That's all.
Word.
They're all attacking each other for a reason. And that's the point, is like what they have revealed today, especially, like not even on this panel, on Queen's panel today. A few of these people revealed that they are huge, which we all know we have a little hypocrisy in all of us. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
But y'all have been attacking the Seth's side, Seth's team, and, you know, saying that they're doing shit behind the scenes. Oh, no, we're not doing anything. But turns out you are. You're doing just as much, just in private. And then you're coming out here in public and, like somebody said earlier, dangling a carrot. Like, it leaves too much emptiness. There's too much for people to fill in with their own imaginations.
And listen, it's just like we were talking about yesterday, Joneson. Unfortunately, YouTube is one of those places where people who might not have family life or like isolate themselves, or, you know, don't have a lot of friends and family, and they come here, and this becomes their getaway, their social life. So when that happens, the chat unfortunately can keep it going and go from chat to chat, making up things, and sometimes it's not even the creator, it's the subscribers making their own narrative, and oh, I want to see this even get crazier and more chaotic. I'm going to say something out of left field, and here we are today. Now, do the creators hold some kind of responsibility for that? Absolutely. But, you know, this people don't watch soap operas anymore or TV that much. They come to YouTube, TikTok. That's their entertainment now. But Sebastian going missing isn't entertainment.
No, it's not. It's not entertaining at all. Revival said, we don't know how much either set of parents are doing behind the scenes, do we? No. What I understand, I'll speak for myself, is that the way I see it is that Seth is doing it a little more publicly, causing mayhem and getting people, you know, to sprinkle tidbits of information or whatever out. And the Proudfoot seem to be doing it privately, if we are to take what Truth is saying to heart. And I do kind of take it to heart, because I feel like he's feeling this pressure to an extent, this pressure of not only wanting to blab all the information he does have, but also he feels hypocritical for attacking Seth while knowing that he knows some things that throw red flags up about Chris and Katie. And his friends do too. And so he feels like they're all being hypocritical by not addressing the red flags on both sides.
Well, it seems like they didn't have a powwow meeting before this, because
they showed it.
Because Clue and Granny were caught off guard. Being caught off guard is an understatement. You could tell they were probably
even
like,
Queen
what
was
the hell?
caught off guard. Yeah, they didn't know. They didn't know. Well, I think Clue knew a little bit, but
so I kind of disagree just a little bit.
Yeah,
we don't know how much information is given behind the scenes. That I would agree with. But today we learned that I'm trying to count how many. I think there's 3 different situations that were shared today. One, no details, just that it's something that law enforcement doesn't want out that they all know about. Another one about some neighbors, and another one about the email. And so it was shared today that those 3 things were shared with them, and they asked for permission, and they went, live with it and covered that for the first 2 situations, right? So I think that it is not hard. Again, we don't know how much they're giving him, but I think we can factually say that at this point, everybody has admitted to receiving information.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think that's no different than, you have a lot of different people, right? Like, even if you go, Seth, I think, kind of just puts his own information out there for himself, but you have Tony who goes out there and, puts information out. You have Nick that will put information out. Like, you have all of these other people on the opposite side who do put information out that it's no different to me. Like, I don't
They're all
think that
the
one side
same.
is being used more than the other side. I think that it is a mutual using that's happening.
But they also wouldn't know this information if they created some sort of boundary. That's my problem. Like, none of this would be happening if they weren't foaming at the fucking mouth to talk to these parents. I'm sorry, it just wouldn't.
Yeah, I agree.
Crazy.
Excuse me, like help me understand how going after a pastor is going to help find Sebastian. How is bashing Seth, Katie, myself, my parents, and God forbid anybody else involved? How is it finding
Terry.
Sebastian? People are people in this world, and guess what? There's not one soul that is perfect. We all have our imperfections, but that's what makes this world go round. Because if it was perfect, it would be very boring. And
that's
people
true.
would not want to communicate with each other because we're all perfect, but we're not. In return, look, have some compassion. Learn to accept things. Like, there's answers that we all have want, and we just don't get.
Not yet, anyway.
Exactly. And we want nothing more than to have them. Sebastian to be home. That's what's important here.
Yeah, but you got to understand when there's a missing child and they're, like you said, tearing people apart, when people feel there's inconsistencies in stories, and people are going to dissect that. That's what this sector does.
I know. And the sad part is because the whole story cannot come out.
Right.
Because law enforcement doesn't want things out. There are people out there that want to take one thing and twist it and shove it into a direction which they don't need it to be going, but they're doing it anyways. For what reasons? It ain't my business.
That's what I said,
But
Raymond.
it sure in the world doesn't help find Sebastian.
It never goes anywhere good.
This community, true crime, and all
Can
these
you
creators
pause
out
for a
there, they
second?
could do.
Yep.
God, they could.
And I think Granny has a very valid point. It is unfortunately the sick and disgusting part of the internet is, and she said it, when there's information that seems like it doesn't line up for people, they'll absolutely go live and they'll twist it and they'll, tweak it, and they'll ask questions about it, and they'll question everything, right? And she's not wrong there. She's absolutely right that unfortunately that is what they do. Even if a family, right?
Mhm.
Even if Seth, Katie, and Chris decided tomorrow that they were going to put out a public statement and said, please nobody discuss this, you can guarantee that some of these channels will still cover this.
Oh yeah. They're going to dissect. If they was to put out just the family statement, that would get dissected, like it's, you can't win. It's a double-edged sword on social
Sonia,
media.
they did it already the first time, like a couple of months ago when he was on Clues Live. Chris asked to stop the bashing, especially when it comes to Seth. And the very next day, the people that were on that panel, including Clue, immediately went back to doing exactly that, like nothing was ever said.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And then, of course,
Amazing
the other
things.
side,
Yes,
trashing Katie and Chris.
Everybody can. And I've had this conversation with several people. They could do so much better. They really can.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that.
And instead of just going after each other, and I mean, I've even heard creators going after creators, for their own personal reasons. That's their choice. But when it comes to this community and finding these children, Sebastian,
Did we lose you?
I don't know what happened. But all of these kids that are missing, all these creators can do so much.
Well,
so
and
much good.
a lot of us do, Chris.
Oh,
But
no, and that's why I'm not bashing.
no,
I'm
I mean,
just saying,
I
if
know.
everybody came together, God, it could be an unstoppable force.
I agree. But it's hard to do when we're told half truths and lies, like from one and the other. And, we don't know you. I've never spoken to you ever.
I'm sorry. Who am I talking with?
That's Body Moving.
Body Moving.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's totally okay. It's totally okay. Like you don't know me. Like it's totally fine. It's hard, and people, I'm not doing this, but people do feel the void. They fill it with nonsense.
I know. And
Yeah.
it sucks.
And
It sucks
because
that we can't
and
come out
because
and say certain things either.
no, I know. I can't imagine. Like I really
And
can't.
I will say that is a true statement that Chris just said. Once again, this isn't. I want to be very clear about my reasoning for this live tonight. Okay,
Brantley. Okay, I got a new Brantley coming up. Let me kick this other one. And let me add this one. You back?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
It wasn't to bash anybody. I'm absolutely glad, Chris, that you came up here and spoke, right? I'm not mad at you. I don't have any hostility towards you. Okay.
No, I respect it. I mean, for the record, we do respect each other. So
For sure. For sure we do. And we've always had that. Oh, and to be honest with you, the people in the chat are going to say and do what they're going to do. I think ultimately the issue,
and it's really sad.
It is. But ultimately the issue is
So pause.
that,
Again, you cannot go in any creator's chat. You think of whatever creator you don't like, and you think of what their chat looks like when they're discussing this case. You cannot think of one chat where there is not one side or the other being bashed to all hell. And I agree with Chris there. It is sad. It's sad that the subs are as invested as this as the creators are.
Yeah, they are.
I agree.
Even in my chat tonight, I've seen several comments that were uncalled for. Like
Even with myself, I feel sometimes like even though I don't go in on the parents like that, I still get invested more than I should be. Like I sometimes even find myself when I'm at work thinking about what's going on YouTube. What in the world? What's going on the streets? I'll come in the Discord. What did I miss? What did I miss? And I should be ashamed of that. Not like seeing how guys are doing and things like that, but like, what are they saying today? I shouldn't be that invested, but I have to admit to myself that sometimes I am, and it's not healthy.
And it happens.
It
does. And that's what I'm saying. I can understand how the connection with the parents gets to where it gets to. Because it kind of just happens organically. But that's why I come back to saying this should be a learning lesson. Actually, the Summer Wells case should have been the learning lesson of like what not to do with these parents of a missing child. And it's like these people who most of them all know about the Summer Wells case. It's like they pay no mind to the fact that they're doing the exact same thing. Worse, yeah. I would say worse, yeah.
I thought I had seen it all with Summer Wells.
Nah, bruh.
And
this shit's wild.
And what's that poor baby's name? The Savannah, Quentin Simon. I thought I had seen it all with that. No, this is something. This is a different beast.
Dolly and Betty were out front in the neighborhood harassing people. All of these creators, plus the ones not on here, I call them, okay, we got the triple OG tragedy pimps, and then we got the new age tragedy pimps. They're all doing the same thing. They're all causing their own types of harassment online by having such a personal, close relationship with these parents. And they've, at least Truth said it, he was doing it to get information. It's like, Bro, the lines, there are no boundaries. Where are they?
You say something that really gets under me sometimes, Chris, and that's that you say, well, it's our personal life. We don't want to talk about it, but y'all came to social media asking for social media's help. You know what I mean? And with that,
asking
there
for
are
help is
questions.
one thing, but
Yeah,
being
but
torn
that's
apart is
different,
another.
bro.
Well, hold on. Let
That's
me finish.
different. They
Hold
came
on.
to social media to ask for help looking for their son, not
to solve a case.
not CPS
Right.
reports. And I mean, come on.
Listen at this shit.
I can't. Again,
I can't
I
either.
agree with parts of it. Does truth is saying they came to social media to get help. Yes, that is the truth, as they fucking should, because social media is absolutely
Widespread.
powerful, and you never know who could see a flyer and potentially find a missing child or a missing person, right? So there is an absolute power in being able to spread that across the world to people. What they did not sign up for, and I'm sure what they did not realize, nor were they probably not advised, that when they get involved with people on all sides that are here for the money and here for the clicks and here for the views and here for nothing but inappropriate speculation constantly and are here for misinformation and disinformation, those people are not here for the awareness of your child. And they did not sign up for that. But like most families, they had no fucking clue that that shit was out there. I'm sure if you asked both sides, right? If you asked Chris and Katie, if you asked Seth, did you know that this much information would be put out there, that people would dig and find this? Did you know that? I'm sure all of them would say, no, I didn't realize it would go that far. We just wanted help to find our kid. And again, what parent wouldn't want to use every outlet they possibly could to try and find their kid?
Every parent would. But it still leaves the question of, is this the space for a missing child case? And I'm not sure it is because of shit like this. And that's sad. Because and that's one thing Chris said, he wants everybody to stop bashing each other. And not to stop talking about it, but to stop bashing each other. But then before he gets off the panel, he tells them, well, at least, all of this does keep Sebastian's name in the headlines, right? And popular and popping and keeping his name out there. Well, you just by saying that signed off for them to keep their fuck shit up, in my opinion.
And I
that
think Chris has
concerns
said that
me.
a couple of times, Joneson, and every time it may have been him or Seth,
He
I
has
believe.
said it. Yeah, he
I think
has.
one's on both sides. I've heard it. And again, when you say that, you don't understand what you're telling people is, I'm okay with the fuck shit that's happening here
Keep his
because
name
it
out.
keeps his name out there. And I don't think that he even realized how
That's
people
what
will
he's.
interpret that,
So
Sorry
you're
if you already
saying
said that. I was reading the chat. I'm sorry.
no. So you're saying he just doesn't. He doesn't grasp if you're not from this world, you don't know what they do.
Yeah.
And it could take longer. Here's where I struggle with that, Nunya. It's been 10 months and at least 8 months of this bullshit. You don't think he would have figured out by now every single thing he tells these people is going to turn to a mess? Because it has.
Because they're not his friends. Those people with Seth, those aren't Seth's. They're not Seth's friend. These people with Chris and Katie, they're not your friends.
Well,
These
that's what I'm
people will
saying. Both of them, like neither one of them have realized that talking to these YouTubers is not benefiting them right now. And I almost wonder if these YouTubers, because there is no information on Sebastian's case, I wonder if they struggle with finding a way to keep Sebastian out there. Because if you was to get rid of all the shenanigans and get rid of all the chaos, you're left with basically bare minimal information, factual information that you can put out about Sebastian. and it's going to be the same thing weekly. So I wonder if they do it because I don't know.
I mean, it does keep their kid's name out there. That's for doggone sure. It really does. I know. I'm not saying
These
I agree
creators,
with
I'm
it.
just playing devil's advocate. These creators could be like, okay, well, just saying the same thing over and over isn't going to gain the attention, right?
Mhm.
So subconsciously, maybe they kind of like do all this extra shit. I don't know, Nunya. I'm just trying to play devil's
Yeah,
advocate.
no, so for me, I do like if this was the first time that the little breadcrumbs were dropped, I'd be like, yeah, okay, they're gonna have to learn the hard way. Like that really sucks, right?
Bro, it's like the
But these
20th.
breadcrumbs have been dropped since what? June, sometime maybe between May and July. I'm not 100% sure. Don't quote
That
me on
sounds
it,
about
but I
right.
believe it's sometime in between May and July that they started. And so for me, you have kept in contact with these people since then, and
Mhm.
again on all sides. But like you continue to keep in contact with these people who are out here doing these things, and you know that they're doing those things. It like my mind really struggles with connecting the message, the actions versus the words.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
what doesn't line up for me, and I think that it is so sad that the creators who surround all of these parents cannot take a step back and say, "Hey, maybe I'm in too deep. Maybe I
Causing
need to give it a
harm.
rest. Maybe I'll do, let's just say one live a week where all I do is just I put up his picture, I discuss the facts of the case, and I go, I move on from there."
But they know that's not going to draw the crowd.
But I'm saying, I mean, again, I guess maybe just let me live in my land of rainbows and unicorns, I guess. But you should like, it's just, and body, that's right. Facts are boring, unfortunately. 100%
They are,
they are.
yeah. And that's what I'm saying. That maybe they're not, because like I said, I can see how it organically, naturally happens. Maybe they aren't meaning for it to happen, but the lack of information and these little tidbits of, the nuggets being dropped and everything, the riddles being put out, that's what brings the speculation. The speculation brings the crowds.
Yeah, I can guarantee you, again, because this is, this side versus that side, I can guarantee you that the green team is going to be talking about the truck. They're going to be talking about what is this big secret. Everybody knows that the Proudfoots told them, we know
Betty
it's out there.
already
We
is.
know she did something, like it's going to literally all this is going to do is just fuel the other side. And then that side's going to fuel the other side. And it'll still continue to be the back and forth. But that's why it's very contradictory when you hear people saying, this should just be about Sebastian, when the actions, whether it be subs in chat supporting something that's not just about Sebastian, while they're hearing bashing, yet they stay there and they support that chat. It's the creators who are bashing a parent or who are dropping tidbits that parent has shared with them. The creators who are doing the inappropriate speculation because there's this information void that they're trying to fill with whatever. It's all of those that it's like, that's crazy.
Yeah. And look, Nonsense says 8 lives I've seen so far done or being done on a small scroll of channels I cover. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Like
it's
truth,
disgusting.
but they're blaming it, and that's making people blame truth because all of the lives are the truck. What about the truck? What is the truck? And people like, say for instance, Brittany J last night, when she reviewed it, the first thing she's thinking is, yes, yay for truth. Yay, he's turning against Chris. That
I cannot.
no.
What fucking idiots.
No. That's what you're celebrating that? No. What the fuck is going
Yeah,
on?
that wasn't cool because that is exactly what happened.
Mhm.
Even Betty, and when I heard Betty say that, I was like, wow, here we go.
Yep, they're celebrating because they feel like this is truth, speaking the truth about Chris and Katie. No, it's him just wanting to be unbiased and look at everything and talk about everything and not keep pointing the fingers at Seth only when he and his friends know information that people don't know pertaining to the Proudfoots that makes them look not so great.
Yeah, I
It
took a
makes them
lot of
hypocritical.
I took a lot of what he said to be saying, I want to be able to question everybody without you all getting mad at me for questioning everybody
Well, that's
involved.
not the sector you're in, baby. You done
And
got your
sorry, but it's black or white. Like
this is
that's
gray gang over here. I mean, like I said, we're taking applications, but
no, no. We don't talk to families like that. But like it just
no,
that
I don't mean family, silly.
no, I
I
know.
meant truth.
I know.
But
Anyways,
he
but like
does
the
talk to families. I get what you're saying. Never
that's what I
mind.
meant.
My bad. Brain fart.
Catch up, Jones, and catch up.
Sorry.
But I think that's again, you're in an area, you're in a sector right now. Call it crama, call it discussion channels. It's definitely not true crime. It's 100% not true crime.
It's hate.
But I think that unfortunately, I think what he wants to do is be able to question all sides, and this ain't it. Like
No, you gonna have to go over to like Gray or really any real true crime channel. Baby, truth. This is not true crime.
this is not true
This
crime.
ain't even crama at this point. Y'all are hate channels.
Just
Y'all are
straight
whole haters.
I don't know. Can we call it like drime? Like it's like drama surrounding crime? Because it's not really like crime. I still feel like leads to you still know the facts, you can still speak the facts, things like that.
Well, yeah,
But
it's
like
about the
today,
inside drama. Crama is supposed to be about the drama inside the cases pertaining to like what's going on inside the cases, right? Because mom goes missing, kids are pointing the finger at dad. That's drama. Well, if you're going to discuss that drama in a true crime case, that's drama. It's the inside drama. This is not the inside drama. This is created drama. So you're right. We're going to call it drama. What'd you say? Drama? No.
I said drime.
Drime?
Like drama and crime.
Yeah, I
don't
could
know.
dig that if I could remember it.
Yeah, I don't think we'll
Drime.
remember it. We have to come up with a better name for it. But
Trauma
like that's just it's not
community.
where you are. Like I mean, that's the unfortunate truth about it is at this point, you must pick a side. Like that's
And
the reality of it. And it is very, like
Sad.
just in my opinion, it is very apparent that people have picked a side. And it's sad because the side that people have picked, it's not Sebastian's. Most, not all, but most have not picked Sebastian's side. And it's unfortunate.
I feel like a little bit of what Truth is going through too is getting caught up in everything with the family, right? But then taking that step back to self reflect has made him realize that maybe for a little while there, he wasn't only about Sebastian the way he wanted to be. And he's trying to get back to that space. But baby, dropping the truck information and all that, it just wasn't necessary and
They was
wasn't
just
needed.
dropping all over the place for the last 24
I
hours. It
mean,
started last night and they ain't stopped all day long.
so I'm gonna start calling him the Riddler because it's all over the damn place.
Maybe the Joker, I don't know.
I don't
Nancy
think he
said,
means to though.
Crama is the checkout stand tabloid of the cases, in my opinion, which is sad, but for a long time, folks loved those magazines. And maybe that's what it is, nonsense. Maybe there's a lot of us that are over those magazines. Like that may just be what it truly is. I don't know.
Oh, that's a perfect way to explain it.
Yeah, it is.
And
It helps you visualize it.
It does. We were having this conversation earlier is we don't know where we are, what we are, but what we do know is we won't know parts of these people on Seth or Chris and Katie's side because all of y'all are too involved and doing too damn much. All of y'all are trash. All of y'all should be ashamed. and we don't want no parts of it. So what are we? We're not. We're,
Hashtag team you all suck.
gosh, you all suck. We listen and we judge.
Yeah, we listen and we do judge.
Yeah, we totally do. Oh, this is what got us our high horses, bitch.
Yeah,
And,
that's
and,
right.
and last time I checked, there's not one show where we came onto a show or myself came onto a show and turned it into a bash session. I didn't do that. Not gonna do it.
Wait,
And,
can you go
and
back?
quite
What did
frankly,
you say?
I'm pretty confident when I say this.
Here, I'll go back a little
Sorry.
extra. No, you're good.
Ultimately, the issue is that, you know, you say something that really gets under me sometimes, Chris, and that's that you say, well, it's our personal life. We don't want to talk about it, but y'all came to social media asking for social media's help. You know what I mean? And with that,
asking for help is one thing, but
Yeah,
being
but that's
torn apart is
different,
another.
bro.
Well, hold on.
That's different. They came to social media to ask for help looking for their son, not
to solve a case,
not CPS
Right.
reports. I mean, come on.
And last time I checked, there's not one show where we came onto a show or myself came onto a show and turned it into a bash session. I didn't do that. Not gonna do it. And quite frankly, I'm pretty confident when I say this. It's team, let's find Sebastian. Let's bring him home. I don't care about the BS. I don't. But bringing our kid home is the most important thing to all three parents. Once again, all three of us.
Let me ask you this, Chris. Is there any way, and I understand if the answer is no, is there any way that there can be a work together between the parents anymore? Is that so far gone that it can't happen?
I'm not going to say no. I'm not going to cut that off because quite honestly, if that's what it takes to bring Sebastian home, then that's what we need to do.
Absolutely.
But I'm pretty sure there would have to be some sort of an agreement between the three parents.
So what can we do, or is there anything we can do as a community to help with that happening?
Yes, and it's not going to happen. And I respect the fact that you asked it. The bashing has to stop. Period.
So you think that if the bashing stops, both against you and Katie and against Seth, that there would be a
everyone.
Right.
Everyone.
Well, my point is, if that were to occur, are you saying that you would be willing to sit down with you, Katie, Seth, and talk things out?
We'd have it would be tough. Don't get me wrong.
It could be mediated, though. I mean,
I
right?
would say
Like,
a mediation could be
yeah.
involved.
I think that would be really beneficial. I really do.
That's a beautiful statement. That is a beautiful fucking statement, and I hope there's some thought put into that.
I mean, like I said, I told Seth the day at that school. You know, when everybody thought I was going to do a nasty little argument, it never happened. It was a very calm, respected talk between us two. Do I think there's a way that things can change and work? Sure. But there has to be a lot of change to be done.
I would agree with you on that. But I'm glad to hear that you're not closed off to that, because I think 10 months into this, I mean, what's been occurring isn't working. Would you agree?
Yeah, but you have to admit truth. Actions, you know, like words. In my opinion, Chris has already proved that working with Seth was not off the table a long effing time ago. Seth is the one who reneged on that. Period.
Well, hold on.
No. Hold on.
Defend that. I'm sorry. Like,
Right, but here's my point to what I'm saying is that now it's being said on a platform that.
See, Clue saying that right there, that's bullshit. Because they want it to keep going. Her being one of the main culprits. They want the parents to bicker back and forth. They don't want them to talk back and forth. Clue saying that, you know, Seth is the one that caused all of that. Maybe he did, but you, ma'am, you know what you do. You know what y'all do. Y'all keep it going just like that other side. Y'all don't want those parents to talk.
And I think, again, what would happen if these parents were getting along? They insisted that all of the bashing on all sides stopped. What would that look like for content for these creators?
Very
I
low.
think I think that there is a certain amount of, I hate to say investment because I don't want to think that everybody is like money driven in that way. But I think there is a certain level of like a return on investment that they are expecting at this point that does
No,
impact them not wanting to lose this content that they've had for months now.
Nanya, I'll say it. It's completely fucking. It's 100% money driven, and or at least it started that way, and now it's personal for them. It's 100% money driven. There's no question about it.
I think that's a cop out thing. Like I agree with Nanya. I don't think it's always
I
money
think that's
driven for some
easy.
people. Yeah, I think it's an
Yeah.
easy answer to say things are always money driven.
I
I
think
do
at this
think that
point it is.
sometimes there's other reasons for people.
Well,
I agree.
well, Deets, he had a super chat goal up while they were doing this. I mean,
Now
what?
that's gross.
I mean, how could you be more money driven than that? I mean, that's an explicit indicator of money driven.
I think
Yeah,
so,
I think
I didn't know that, but yeah.
sorry. I think for a lot of people the only thing I can like equate it to is I think a lot of people it's pride and ego.
Can I say something really quick and then
Oh yeah.
hop down? I don't mean to interrupt, but to that conversation about the what I explained Chroma to, I'm actually glad Deets is up here because she knows, I'm sure, probably more details of this case and can explain way more.
Oh, I don't
The
know about
John, well, the John
that.
Benet story, this
Oh yeah.
only hit me about the Chroma sector when I watched that. And it wasn't until then I could get a read on like what this was, like what could I equate this to? It was in that documentary, and I don't know the ins and outs of that case. Like, I didn't follow it. I knew there was a horrific incident. Like, I can tell you
Oh,
very
when they did the
basics of it.
mock trial. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. And when they did the
Yeah.
mock trial, and then not only that, but the public got so invested, the
Mm-hmm.
expert witness, like people were so drawn in on that case. There was even a detective that later on goes on Larry King Live and does a segment against the parents, like one-on-one, face-to-face. And if you watch it, the public was like salivating over that. And then it kind of moved into your TV stand magazines. Like there was the generations of like
Like
the
a trashy
TV.
tabloid. Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
the shows and everything. So if you think of this and you pull it back and you watch that documentary, the only thing like Dietz knows what I'm talking about, thankfully, because I don't want to sound like an insane person, but if you look at it, look at who covers Dog the Bounty Hunter primarily. It's TMZ. It's TMZ that covers Dog getting involved in these cases and some local news. Nobody
Yeah.
else is grabbing onto that. It's that same generation, but what they're doing is they're packaging it in a different way. It's a
Absolutely. It's now we have
yes,
social media instead of our daytime talk shows, which is
yep,
a loose term to call them talk, but that's what they are. But now we have
Mm-hmm.
YouTube panels instead of Sally Jesse Raphael.
yes,
And so we have people, doing their own little mock trials without calling it a mock trial. We are literally holding these,
yep,
putting them on the stand and pretending that
There,
we're the judge and the jury.
yes.
And we might
it,
not
it
be saying
happens.
it, but it's happening. Yeah.
Yeah, it happens. It happens sometimes for like 4 hours straight with grannies watching. Like it's the craziest thing I've ever
It
seen.
happens with so
Well,
many,
It
like
happens
that
with
are
so
I
willing
many,
think a
to.
lot of
including me.
them
Mhm.
No,
and
yeah, I
on
guess
both
it's
sides, not just like one or two specific creators. I think
it's
that
true.
Clue
It's
has
Yeah,
long
just
streams, BJ does,
I do.
Justin does,
BJ
Well,
does.
Nonsense
I'm
I
just,
does.
that's
Like,
why I said, show me one creator who has clean hands in any of this
I
There's
because
don't I
not.
don't
there's
watch
not
I,
one.
There's
I
Not
not.
don't watch
one.
Justin. I've never watched anything from Justin. I just see
But
clips.
but none of them have clean hands. And that's not to say that anybody is a bad person for not having clean
No.
hands because we're all human. We all fuck up. We all make mistakes. We
yeah.
all take
Yes.
things too far sometimes, or
Yes.
we all need to pull it back and open our eyes and maybe do some self-reflecting and all of that. But
I can speak
but
to
to
that personally.
yeah.
Sorry, Deets, I didn't mean to cut you off,
No,
but
no, no, you're fine.
I've overstepped. Like that's the I until I could recognize that this was that same thing. You don't even realize what it is because it's the same. We're just watching it in active time. Like people genuinely think that they are helping. There's a lot of genuinely good people that are making huge mistakes. doesn't mean they're bad people, like all the way around. And that was really, Nunya can attest to this. I was all like, no, these are shitty people, like across the board. No, like no gray on that. But now I can see like those people really thought they were going to help John Bonet's case. Like people, that is such a reflection. People got so invested and they're doing it in real time now in active ongoing investigations. There was print time, there was airtime previously on the tabloids and the talk shows. We're watching it happen in real time as it's unfolding.
Well, what do we always talk about? Like, what, trying to sit back and watch these cases and figure out how do some cases explode more than others. And I know everybody up here on this panel has probably done that, trying to figure out like what is the secret recipe that makes these things so crazy on social media. But I know, and I don't think there is one secret recipe. I think it's a combination of so many
No, I
things.
know it. I know the
But
recipe.
okay, I'll let you tell it in just a second. But I think one of the things that we always agree on is that one of the first things they do is create a hero and a villain. And I think we've all said that over and over and over. We see it actively happen when it does happen. And if the villain can play the role good enough and the hero can play the role good enough, the case explodes even bigger, because then you have somebody to hate, then you have somebody to go at, and then you have somebody to put up on a pedestal and look at. And eventually that person gets knocked off, and it can flip flop depending on the case. But when you go back to the core of it, I don't think that the people that made one person a hero and one person a villain is necessarily bad, but it's obvious that it's happening. That I hate to go back to the sides, but they do that. They want to create a side and pit one person against another. And that's when things start to spiral very quickly out of control, just like that mock trial that took place. And, there were so many other things that happened in that case for her to pass away and to continue to be blamed before her death and even after her death as having something to do with her daughter. And maybe she did, maybe she didn't, but was that for us to decide? And that's what's happening here. We watch it over and over, and I think that it frustrates so many of us.
And in all honesty, it's a way, like people remember John Bonet's name still today. Her case is talked about. Think about how often we even know about some of the people that go missing, let alone the outcome of their cases, their stories, anything like that. So unfortunately, as though it does have its bad impacts, there's also people really see a plus side in this too, of this is helping keep the names out there. Like there are a group of people that genuinely think that these cases they would completely get ended and never get attention any further. So it's so hard at times too, because until I watched that, it didn't hit me.
But to that point, is it really
I watched
helping?
it too.
Oh, sorry.
May I? I mean, I don't
Yeah,
want to
sorry.
interrupt
Yeah,
you.
sorry.
I watched this entire thing happen, and Seth Rogers was a complete sweetheart. He was the father of a missing child until a creator, adopted Seth or Katie and Chris, and then the other creator adopted Seth. So you have two people in a lawsuit against each other that created camps. That's how this happened. I watched it from the very beginning. And ever since then, it's been the most buggered thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
With all due
Really.
respect, Sinner,
So
it goes back further.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Go
I
ahead,
mean,
Benny.
with all due respect, I watched it myself, and I'm not asking for an opinion. I'm just saying what I saw.
Well, I actually I went to go look today when we were like when all
Yes.
this stuff was going on. I went to, I don't know, I'm gonna say 20 to 25 different creators, and I looked at now public content. I'll give you that. It's public content right now. But I looked at like who was doing what when, and literally it's within days
Yeah,
that
I think
everybody is following
BHB
this.
grabbed Seth, and then the Hive grabbed Katie and Chris, and then
It goes back before that though.
It's before that though. Yeah, that's my
Starts
thing
on the
is they
27th.
don't I don't think they
before
come
that.
in till like the
Yeah.
26th or 27th of March, but there's like 10 to 12 other creators that are already in this sector
Mhm.
covering it at that point.
And
I
Body's
mean,
right. Like, we often start to think that this YouTube bubble is the end all be all. No, there's
Mm-mm.
Facebook, there's
Facebook's
Twitter,
a whole
there's
nother
Yeah.
beast.
TikTok, and
Yeah.
it started even
Facebook
I mean, we're
groups.
there.
not on Facebook. We're on
But a lot
YouTube.
of
Right,
them
But a
right.
are.
lot of the
But the stuff from
information.
those platforms gets drug
Make it
over
over
here
Yeah.
here.
too. Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
part of the baseline is using discussion groups from other platforms to build
Well, in any
narratives off
case,
of
there
and
were
put
camps.
content
Well,
into.
in any case, there were camps that were set up very early on, and it's so clear what occurred. And each side, both Seth and Chris and Katie, were manipulated by sides and camps,
I agree.
and that sucks so much. I
Yeah,
can't
I
even
agree with
explain to
that.
you. And tens of thousands of dollars were made on the back of Sebastian Rogers, and that's a fact. And it's
Yeah.
because of the
Oh yeah.
dualism, because of the battle between these camps.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm
And
only
that's what we're
speaking on
saying. We're
Yeah,
YouTube.
that's
Yeah, I
I'm only
agree.
that's the
speaking on
narrative.
YouTube. And people have been sued and dragged into litigation and all this other weird shit. But there are no victims in this. Everyone actively engaged and participated with free will. So I mean, they make their beds, they lie in it. What's happening with Granny? Like it sucks, but she's also no victim. What's happening? Queen Bee's just like very quiet. How many times did she play that JLR song calling Seth
Hmm.
Rogers a pedo over and over again? Like
Yeah.
it's some of the most disgusting shit I've ever seen in my entire life. This is the most I've ever spoke on this case. But I've been paying very close attention to every step of it. Like
And
But I think
I
that's
think
shame on
where
all
that's
of us.
I think you're kind of saying kind of similar to what we were saying earlier is we all tend to look at, the other side of things, right? Which is the typical tragedy pimps or the typical, the people who are very consistent with misinformation, bashing parents,
Yeah.
judging the parents, speaking out or spreading inappropriate speculation against the parents, right? We look at those typical people that you'd normally think of, right? And that's what we equate it to in our minds, but in actuality, all sides are doing it.
No, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm not grinding an axe here. I'm saying the
No, no,
whole
no,
thing,
no.
like
Sinner, I know that's what
all
I'm
of us,
saying. I agree with you
all
because
of
we're
us
like
are
you're saying
guilty
the
as
same thing as
shit
we
in
were.
this.
That's how it
Yeah.
makes a storyline.
I promise you, I'm not grinding an axe. I'm not calling anyone out in particular. But like for me, I saw BHB versus the Hive, and that was sort of like the camp. I mean, you're telling me it happened earlier than that, but I'm telling you that it was emboldened and set in stone here on YouTube with those two camps. That's just a fact.
well, that's an opinion, not necessarily a fact. But
I
I
mean, I can
don't.
prove it. I can prove it.
I do think that that was a pivotal moment where it started to explode more. I do agree with that, but I think that this
I
goes
think you
back
talked
farther
about
and
this, Deeds.
deeper. Yeah.
I think you talked about this when certain characters got involved because opposition
Yes.
gets involved within days. I think, if I remember correctly, you talked about
Mhm.
this in one of the sessions you did. And we were like, oh no, because she didn't get involved until end of March,
Right.
BHB. And then it was like, oh shit. And things started to really pop off one after another. And then, yeah, I think you talked about it though.
Which is kind of like what Nonsense is saying, though, and I agree when you think about the John Bonet documentary. If anybody else watched that and you saw the mock trials,
Hmm.
and again, it just goes back to even, can we pinpoint it down to one specific creator, one specific problem? No, because I think it's a
No,
perfect storm. It's a
it's,
totality
Mm,
issue. It's
I
every,
agree.
right?
this creator
And
doing
I
this,
added to
that
it at the
creator doing,
beginning.
yeah, and like
I mean,
a combination of a lot of little things that become one big
there's definitely a lot
snowball.
I don't know. Like I don't mess with TikTok, which I know a lot of this happened on TikTok, and I don't really mess with Facebook very much. But specifically talking about YouTube, and it was just really weird. Like The camps were set up, and that was the divide.
Well,
Can I
and
ask you a question, Senator? Sorry,
Sure.
Deets.
no, go
Yes,
ahead.
please.
Did you
Please
know
do.
that there's over 80, like I can hear what some of what you're saying and absolutely agree with parts of it. There are 80 psychics, over 80 psychics, tarot card readers, and spirit box session readers that have covered this case between 1 to 5, most higher than that, like 1 to 10. It kind of ranges, but just in this case alone, just in on YouTube, that's solely on YouTube.
Nonsense. They all email me.
Well, I'm just saying.
But no, that I was actually going to say the same thing as you, nonsense. And again, it's no disrespect to you, Senator, but you said you haven't followed the entirety of the case, and I'm guessing you
No,
probably don't
I have
even
followed the
know.
entirety of the case, like from the time that it became popular.
Okay,
That
from the time that
Sebastian,
it became popular in the sector and the group of people that you watch. And I'm not
what do
trying to
you?
say that to disrespect you. I'm just saying
No,
there's
it
a
is. It
lot
is
more
because
other
Sector.
out there that cover this and have covered it before those two that you just mentioned. And it started to progress
Well,
and blow up even
Just
before that.
examples. Just examples.
Do you know
Because
the creator Smiley Stories World?
I do.
Okay, so it
She was one
started
of the
even
first, yeah.
before
Yeah,
Queen and
such a
Betty
horrible
because
person.
things started there and it started to intensify
Mhm.
there. So there were so many others that absolutely helped
Well,
start the
wasn't it
snowball rolling down the hill, you
I
know?
I also
know.
Harry
think the
Lynn?
Dietz,
sides,
I don't
the
disagree with you, Dietz. I definitely saw that, but I chose to ignore it because I thought maybe just ignore the insane person.
Well, I think because
I
of the hatred that goes on between Queen Bee and BHB, that inflamed everything.
Well,
Absolutely.
not only
They
that,
set
well,
up
Crystal.
a
I
proxy
so
war. They basically set up a proxy war against each other using Sebastian Rogers as a piece in their
Yes, but
battle
so
against
have
one
Granny
another.
and BJ.
but
Yeah,
I mean, so
it's a
it's
fact.
not it's not uncommon here, right? I think we've made a joke before that the tragedy pimps actually determine what cases we cover. And the
Yeah.
reason why is because when one of them starts to cover something, it typically gets the attention of the person that doesn't like them. And
Mhm.
then you start to hear more about it. And once one person involved doesn't like somebody, then somebody else gets involved. And then that person who has somebody they don't like or that doesn't like them gets involved. And you end up with those sides because the sides don't just come from this particular case. The sides come from so much of the history and the backstory. I
Yeah.
actually think that the
Of
original
course.
sides came from there were 3 locals that were the very first people to report on this. And I think those 3 locals, one bowed out, but I think those 2 locals started, this is my case, it's local, and that started the sides in my opinion.
No,
Well, and they brought an
I
entire
missed a
new
lot of
community.
Nanya. I missed a lot of that. But the fact is, like, a lot of people are depending on like, what side I'll listen to this and I'll listen to that, and I'll decide which side is closer to like what's true. But the fact is, we're depending on 2 sides, sometimes 3 sides, as we know that, and neither side, no 3 sides are fucking legitimate. They're just
Yeah, they're
all
all
crazy
wrong.
fucking people.
Yeah,
Exactly. That's my
they're
point.
all
So
wrong.
like I can disagree with you and then someone else can disagree with me and then all 3 of us are wrong. Guess what? Sebastian Rogers is still not being looked for anymore and not going to be found any sooner at all. But a lot of people are making a lot of fucking money off of it by putting breaking news.
Yeah.
Breaking news. Oh,
Oh yeah,
now I've been
that's
sued. Now I've been sued. Now I'm the victim. Like, let's forget about Sebastian because I've been sued by some asshole in Pennsylvania. None of that matters.
No, that's
None of it
valid.
matters,
Her
and nobody
emotions, I
fucking
disagree
cares.
with you. Her emotions are valid because that's
I
about one of
know
the
you
most real
disagree
life
with me.
forms. But I'm not trying to be rude at all. I'm saying it respectfully. Like, that is going real life to the extreme. That is using a missing child's case. She's no different than most of the other people that have
Who?
covered this
Who are we
case in
talking
ways.
about?
Granny's
Who?
watching. And
Oh
and
yeah,
I'm just gonna say this.
she's one of the worst tragedy pimps there is. Are you
That
kidding
is
me?
your opinion. There
Yes,
is
it is.
sinner, as much as you don't want to admit, there's
Sinner.
people out there that are worse and that have done, and I'm not trying to compare it. Like what your worst is going to be different than mine. What I'm saying is her emotions are very valid. That is going real life. Being
You
sued
know,
by
you
somebody
know
with
what? You know
RICO
what's invalid?
allegations is a big deal.
Sinner. Hold on. Can we pause for a second? We're here to have a conversation. And even if the
Yeah,
end of
no
the
one's
conversation
fighting
is
and
we
arguing with
agree to
you.
disagree, and that's okay, but we got to let each other talk.
Yeah, I'm not trying
Like,
to
this
be.
isn't here to be, like, we're not here
No, I
for a
know, I
debate. We're
know.
here to hear
I
other sides of
apologize.
things.
Nonsense, and I disagree. I
That's
think
okay.
Granny's
That's
watching
Okay,
in
but
four
okay.
it's
different
okay
words.
to disagree.
That's
Yeah,
totally
yeah.
okay. I'm
But
trying
she
to tell
can
you
still
that it's
finish her
okay.
point.
All I'm saying is, it is, to you, it might not be bothersome if somebody filed an injunction on you, did that. To you, that might not be bothersome, and you might not have emotions on that. That is a you thing, but to
I mean, you
discount
would
her
have no idea what's
feelings, well,
bothersome to
no,
me.
that's what I'm saying, Sinner. That's what I'm saying, is to discount her emotions, that this isn't going to affect or isn't affecting her real life, is bullshit, in my opinion, because that could, like, yes, we all see how silly it is and stupid it is, but this is a real life missing child that she's being accused of interfering in the active search for. It's an injunction that's filed, so that gets complicated with what's actually filed for, but
Right.
she's entitled
It's
to
not a
feel.
suit. Yeah, by the
Yes,
way,
May
yeah,
I?
she's
May
not
I?
being sued. It's
May
just
I?
yes, I agree. There's so much
there's
Okay,
and
may I?
I'm just trying
problematic
to
stuff
say that
here.
her
Yeah.
emotions are valid, whether
Uh,
you agree with them
They
or not,
are,
they're
and
no, no,
valid.
no, no.
I
I
absolutely agree with
agree.
that.
I agree with
But
that. But here's what I have to say to that. She actively bashes families and goes live for hours a day. So here's my official opinion. She made her bed. She's lying in it.
Right.
it's possible.
Right. And that's just like the tabloids we were going back to, like the newsstand. Some of those people got sued for misinformation. Some of those things happened. These actions have consequences. These are like the new magazine writers, the new TMZ
Yeah.
publishers. There's things that come with it. And yes, again, you can dislike it. You can have strong opinions on it, like all of that. But all I'm trying to say is her emotions are valid and how she feels. And
I
all
what
of
I
us.
took
Sure,
away from
sure,
like what
sure.
nonsense was saying is not that you're wrong. She's just saying there could have been 50 bajillion creators picked to
Yes.
be put on that injunction,
No,
and
I get it. I get
so
it. But
there's no
I
like
mean, if
discredit to that. But she's saying, yeah,
if you're
Granny's emotions
if
towards
you're
it are valid.
the loudest asshole that keeps like claiming that someone is a pedophile and making the most noise, then of course you're going to be named. And in my
But
opinion,
Sinner, the
yeah,
one
get
that did
what's
that the
coming to you.
most, one of the ones, here's the ironic part. And again, you can have your opinions on this. That's what I'm trying to
Of
say, is your
course I
opinions
can.
are
Of
valid.
course I can. Of course I
But
can.
one of the main ones that did do some of that is not on this injunction. That's what I'm trying to say, is no matter what you think, she's entitled to feel all of the things she does. You and hers issue, or like whatever issue you have with her, is that your
I have no
opinion.
issue with her except for what I observe.
What
Okay,
you want
but
her to do.
yeah.
I think
So
that all of her actions have led to the place that she's in
Okay.
currently.
Okay,
Yeah.
and I think so we understand your stance, Dinner. I think what Nonsense and maybe Deets are saying is there are other people whose actions are, if not the same, they are worse than what Granny's are. The reason why they went after Granny was because of her location. It, to me, that's plain and simple, and
Yes,
that to
I,
me
that I
changes the
agree with.
dynamic of them going real life on her. And now, do I feel like there are some things she has done that absolutely helped insert her into this situation? 100%, yes, I do.
That's no
However,
question.
that the problem I have with it is there are people who have said and done way worse than her, and they walk scot free, and they never even, they don't get C&D, they don't get shit from the same people doing this to her, and that I have a problem with.
And we also have to think, guys, at the end of the day, I think another reason
I
why they
mean,
went after her is because she's in a years long tiff with another creator that side is close with, which should have never been brought to this at all.
yeah. Well, here's the thing: if a dozen people do something that's wrong, and you can only get the one that's close to you, then you get the one that's close to you. I mean, you're not going to. I think you understand what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Yeah, I get it. I understand what you're saying completely. I again, I'm just still on team they all suck. This is
Exactly.
not
That's
true
where we're
crime.
They do all
chilling.
suck.
Everybody sucks right now, in my
I'm
They
opinion.
do
chilling
all
on the
suck.
island. Well, not the Islanders Island. I just want to make that clear. But on a separate island, detached from everywhere else, that's team you all suck.
Nanya got her floaty and took off.
Yeah, I need to make that very clear. There
We're
is
holding
not
on to a
one.
buoy out in the middle of the ocean saying, I don't want to swim to any of your shores.
Fuck it,
Yeah.
I'll be the shark chum at this point. Like I don't even care.
Seriously. And that's kind of I felt like nonsense saying. What I'm saying is when you look at past cases, current cases that are happening now, because this scenario that's playing out right here in Sebastian's case, it is not the only true crime case that this is happening to right now. You know, there are multiple other cases where this exact same type of community is just picked up and plopped down over on this with this case attached to it or that case attached to it and so on and so forth. And it is very eye-opening when you watch something kind of like that documentary and it shows you the pattern, you know, how it happened then and how that case is still ongoing.
You
The
know what, Dee?
drama and the horrible real quick, the horrible stuff that's going on in that case is still ongoing. And you know, you see like Summer Wells community and all this other stuff. And wait, now we're here ourselves in the midst of this actively playing out. We're watching it go down in real time, and you can't help but wonder, like, you know, what's your own personal role in that? And it's a very eye-opening moment, and I agree.
Yeah.
Speaking of that case, I haven't watched the documentary, but once upon a time, Bert was on Dr. Phil, which was a nightmare. He probably should have never gone on that. And Bert is, and you got to think,
Yes.
Bert is a kid
Bert,
who
yeah.
this happened to him when he was a kid. He's had to grow up with everybody thinking his parents did this or he did it. And then when he went on there, the way I guess he was just trying to like deal with the atmosphere and all the questions as he was, smiling a lot and laughing maybe at inappropriate times. And then that made people say, well, look at him. He's weird. He's laughing at everything. Well, that was just, I guess, his way of dealing with these questions that Dr. Phil was asking him. And after that interview, all that was saying, oh, well, this solidifies it. Bert's the one that did that to John Bonet.
Mhm. It's
But
so
you
funny.
guys, I hope it doesn't seem like I'm targeting Granny's watching in this. It just so happens that she's the one that's like dealing with litigation. Like I'm
Mhm.
not targeting her. There are people that are worse than her, but
Yeah.
because she was in the grasp, of the grip of whatever is occurring there in Pennsylvania. But let's not let's not make any jokes about it. Like she went on day after day after day. Other people
Mhm.
did far worse and equally as
Mhm.
bad as her. But come on, you make your bed, you lie in it.
Deeps, I think I figured out the next deep dive you should do because
Oh.
uh, you're due for a documentary because you're the way you lay things out. My brain just like gravitates to them. So, one thing that I was just thinking of though is think of all the cases because they just brought up Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil
Mhm.
kind of became
Subject change, by the way.
new, like
Cool.
true, like the tabloid esque too, like over the generations, like going back to Geraldo Rivera, uh, what was it? Raphael.
Oh, Sarah Jesse or
Sally Jesse.
Raphael. Yeah. Sally.
Yes,
Yeah. I said
yes.
Sarah. Sally.
Like if all of them, Maury, all of those guys had some like true stories that they really dramatized at times, or as the years go on, like with these cases, and really kind of like a headline case was pulled onto their panels and used as content. Like if you go back and think about it, it's crazy to now that we're talking about this, but I'm gonna hop down so you guys can continue your
And
conversation.
has it morphed into this? I agree. It's
It's
very
crazy like
interesting.
to think about it in that fashion though. So thank you so much for understanding what I was talking about with that documentary because for me I never got into the details of like the case. I figured law enforcement, but then law enforcement got involved in the drama stuff, so I was like this is even
Mhm.
crazier, but thank you for letting
I
me up on
think
your panel,
before
Johnson.
you go though, real
Oh,
quick, I
go
do
ahead.
want to say something. I do think that like when you talk about having like that eye-opening moment, and I understand it because I feel like a lot of good content creators have that eye-opening moment, and some either change their behavior and others are just kind of
Yes.
okay with
Like
the
Yeah.
Jason was saying.
behaviors that they have. And so listen, a lot of us, like I talked about this the other day, like what did we start our channels on? What were our channels built on? And a lot of us up here, our channels were built on calling out the dis and misinformation and realizing
Mm-hmm.
that if we're helping or hurting it by doing any of this, and you get to a point where you're just like, you throw your hands up in the air and you're like, We're not changing anything at all."
Mhm.
And I don't know that that's necessarily the answer either. So I do hope that
We're lost. We're
you come
orphans.
up with,
Orphans.
an answer to that, because
Ugh.
it would be nice to know it.
We don't know where we belong.
I think that's such a complicated
It
solution,
is.
and I think because I mean it is it is such a complex, and it's something that I'm trying to. That's what for me going back and watching this quote unquote kind of playbook is what we've been calling it. When Anne laid that out in a timeline fashion and wrote it down, I was like, insert name here of all these cases that I could think of that all these same things happen to, and to try and figure out a solution that's impactful is a daunting task, because at the end of the day, victims and their stories need to be told.
Right.
But how do we all make a change? Because you have to become you become part of the problem before you ever become part of the solution.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
it's
yes, that's
how do
completely true.
you ever that's why Duchess and I have been talking about, we don't know what the hell we're doing. And Chasing got all fired up too. I have to give props to her, because she was like, I'm going to go look at laws, something that I didn't even think about what she had thought of. And she started researching stuff, and it takes a bunch of people that really are kind of like, okay, there is possibility for change here. Yes, we're never going to stop all of these things, but there's lines, there's boundaries that should happen with protecting victims. And I don't know if we'll find a solution, but I think there's a lot of people that really do want to see something change. So hopefully there's something in the future.
Agree. I
I
hope so
agree. I
too.
agree.
Thank you
And
guys.
Body, yeah, have a
Have
good
a
one,
good night.
Nonsense. Thank you
You
for
Bye,
too.
listening in.
nonsense. Have a good night. Happy
And
holidays.
Body has a great point that we need to check our own bias. And
Wait,
oh, by the way,
did she
Body, I
leave?
want to say,
Yeah, she
yeah, she
gone.
took off on
I
you.
was trying to come back in the screen and ask her a quick question, but okay, that's all right.
She's
Well,
fast.
tight, yeah.
I know. Listen, you know where
You
she
don't see
doesn't
how
say a
quick
Midwest goodbye? She don't say no damn good Midwest goodbyes when she's on a panel and ready to
Do you
go.
see her?
You need to
Her
keep that
clue
to
today?
yourself, man.
She does a Nunya goodbye when she's ready to go off of a panel.
She
Bye,
is.
gone.
Yeah.
I like
Go ahead.
that.
I'm sorry.
Well, I guess I understand. People are like, "Oh, why are you introducing your own bias?" Because I don't fuck with Facebook. I don't tick. I don't talk.
No,
So
that's not what Body was talking about when she was talking about bias. She's
no,
talking about
not body. Just
yeah.
just in general, the chat. It's just like, oh, why do you have to bring your own bias? Because I can only pay attention to what I watch and what I
You're
see.
speaking about what you and
Yes,
what
I'm
you take
speaking
in. Yeah.
specifically about YouTube and how wretched it is here. And
Hmm.
I never speak about missing children cases. I mean, I
I'll be right
don't.
back.
I just think it's crazy that people champion someone, not going to say any names, but champion people that just sit around all day for hours a day and knock a parent of a missing child, or knock their own bias on a situation. So if I talk about their bias, then I'm being biased. It's the weirdest thing ever. I'm telling you that it's
That's
it's
YouTube.
it's all fucked up. I mean, I'm part of it, and y'all are part of it. It's all fucked up, is what I'm saying. The fact of the matter is, we're not solving crimes here. Let's stop acting like we're solving crimes.
Yeah, no, we're not solving shit.
Nothing.
Well,
We're
Body
just
solved a crime, but she's special.
Yeah, I still think that's so crazy that you told me that Body was the narrator on that documentary. I want to talk to her about that one time.
But
Is that
let me tell you something real quick about Body. And I was so glad when she came up on panel one day and told us this about, it was a warning to, yes, did they have a positive outcome in what they did? Yes. But the thing that isn't frequently talked about is the real harm that they also did in that case. And she became very acutely aware of that as well, because there were some
Yeah, I mean,
situations that, like things like we said here, it got taken too far, and it affected people's real
I
lives.
mean, just to be
And
more
so that's
current,
what we have to be very aware of, is that we can
didn't
cause
Body
more
Movement like
damage
dox
than
didn't Body
good.
Movement dox the entire Proudfoot family?
Well, not no, she didn't dox the entire Proudfoot family. She did one thing that which she, apologized for immediately and took it right down. So I don't
Okay,
think
cool.
that's not
And
the
th-
same
that
as what
and I've
I'm
never
talking about in the don't fuck with cats scenario with the Monada
McNaughton.
case. Like that is what I'm saying. Like, yes, they did a lot of really, really good, but we had a conversation one night about that there were some real harms done in the process of getting to that good. And so you have to be very, very careful on staying right on that line. And part of that, which is what I was going to thank her for earlier, is when she did speak up on Truth's panel and say, this is why I don't get close to families, because I want to keep that bias out of my heart. And it just would happen naturally if you get close to, say, Sinner, you team up with Chris Proudfoot tomorrow, not that you would, but you're
oh,
naturally just speaking to him behind the scenes, you're naturally going to have a bias towards him when it comes to discussing and going over the facts of the case. And so I
would
appreciate her
never. I
saying
would
that,
never.
I know, I was just using an example.
That
I
Hong guy
appreciate her
though,
saying
that
that to
Hong guy
stay
beat up
apart
my
from it.
email. That Hong guy from that imaginary fucking that Hong guy beat up my email all crazy. I can show you the emails. I'm like, fuck, I never responded to any of that. Just like I would never respond to like the mother and the father of a missing child. Like fuck that. Because you know why? I'm not qualified to do that. I'm staying in my lane. I talk a little bit of shit and I pay attention to everything. I would never do that.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't, I, so this has kind of been gone over before, where it's like, oh, I would never, or people shouldn't be talking to the behind the scenes. I'm not saying that. Let me rectify that. I'm not saying that there should not be people that do. I just appreciate what she was saying, because I follow that same train of thought, that I don't, any conversation that I have had with the family member of a missing case or a true crime case has been on a public platform. I've never talked to any of them behind the scenes, because
Yeah, I would never.
I can see what could happen. But I also respect those that do and do it correctly. There's a content creator, I cannot think of his name, but I used it as an example not too long ago. He had one of his subscribers, he's a huge true crime creator. He had one of his subscribers call in and tell him the facts of a true crime case and basically make a confession to him, and he kept that private on the down low, went to law enforcement, of course, and handled it
Yeah.
appropriately. He followed the case privately for 3 years before he ever said a word on his channel. No one knew that he was actively involved in it, had to go to court for all that stuff. And no one knew about it until the case was over and she was, put into custody, because he respected the integrity of the case. So I also do admire those that do speak to them and do the right thing. And that is very hard to do as well.
The deeds that shit makes me so nervous because like you know, I'm a simple man. I can't believe like I watch all of these people. Hardly any of us have qualifications to. We don't have tools to deal with that kind of situation. Like we're not equipped or trained or anywhere near that. So I mean, specifically, like there are way too many people that are taking on roles that they're not equipped for. It's like one of the most treacherous things I've ever seen. Like hardly any of us are private investigators.
I don't know that any of us are. I agree. I agree.
And everyone has that sleuthy hat on. Like, what the fuck? If you put investigates after your name on YouTube, it doesn't make you
An
able to do
investigator.
that. It's
Right.
it's terrifying to me. It is really, truly, honestly terrifying. I never speak on missing children cases. I talk all my shit and my beef is obvious. Like it freaks me out when people are pretending that they know and they're sleuthing stuff and they're going live. And this is not to any specific quote unquote content creator. It freaks me out that anyone thinks that they're able to do that and they aren't. They aren't.
No, but everybody is capable of being human, right? And capable of offering grace and empathy and compassion when it comes to a real life situation. And I do that, yeah, none of us are investigators, none of us are law enforcement, none of us are going to solve this crime or have all the perfect answers or do it all right perfectly. But we can take a step back from it, put on our human hat, and engage differently moving forward. We can all
And
do
I
that.
hope that people learn from
Hopefully,
this
That's
chaos.
Deets, you're speaking with rose-colored glasses on right now, because I mean,
No,
hopefully we,
no. That's not rose-colored
Mm-mm.
glasses. That's having
hopefully we
grace,
do.
and that's gray gang.
Hopefully,
No,
but
I'm not
hopefully
saying they will, Center. I'm just saying they can.
they can.
I'm
Okay.
not delusional. I'm not naive to
No,
believe
no,
that
no. I
tomorrow it's going to change. No, but we're all capable of changing.
I have more respect for you than you think. Like what I'm saying is like they don't though. That's the thing.
I know they don't, and that's why this cycle continues over and over and
Uh-huh.
over with every new situation, and
That's why it was so
it gets
crazy
frustrating.
when
Yeah.
Truth said what he did yesterday, because it came out of left field. I mean,
Freak me out.
I mean, I'm glad he got what he needed to off his chest, but look, kind of look what happened with it.
Well,
It was a fucking mess. But I
everybody's exploiting the information about the truck, and all of them turned against him and blamed
yeah,
him. And it's
yeah.
like,
Oh,
I
no,
they
think it was
y'all
a
got to
fucking
blame
mess.
yourselves too, bro.
I think it was a fucking mess, but he also exposed something that like nobody's talking about. Like he put a
Mhm.
spot. He sort of exposed the whole thing
What did he
by
expose?
accident. He exposed like how like what you shouldn't do.
Yeah, I
Oh,
agree.
yeah. Oh, he made it very crystal clear that um, a lot of the assumptions of the quote unquote other side are probably accurate as far as talking to one another behind the scenes and gassing things up and the fact that it's happening on both sides, and that's what I'm trying to say. It's not just exclusive to the tragedy pimp side. No, it happens all the way around,
No,
and
It
and
does.
that's been openly discussed for the past 24 hours. Yeah.
yeah, it's bad. It's real bad.
Mhm. I don't disagree. I don't disagree.
Me either.
Well, listen, guys, it was so fun being up here with you. Thank you for
Was it
letting
though,
me up,
Brantley?
Jonesy.
I'm just kidding. I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
it
I'm just kidding.
was. And I'm glad Jonesy let me stay on the whole time. I certainly never thought I'd be on a live for almost 3.5 hours, but it was fun.
Bro.
Even some of the more chaotic moments. But the thing I love about this place and your live is there's we always try to come to some kind of conclusion by the end of it.
I'm happy to be a monkey wrench, but like I'm telling you, like maybe I'm underestimated, but I've been paying attention to all of it, and it's disheartening what's occurring. I think we can all agree on that. Um,
Yeah.
when a family is saying stop bashing, and then the next day it's
You're
like, okay,
bashing.
we
Yeah.
can't. No, this is what they did. They were like, we can't bash, we can't bash, we can't bash. Let's just devour each other instead. It's crazy. I mean,
I
we
mean, and
just
they
have to
did
do.
kind of do that today. I mean,
Mhm.
well, not all of them, but a few people there were a few slip ups today. There were a few people thrown under the buses today. It was really eye opening to anybody paying any kind of attention. It was a
Yes.
whole shit show.
And the crumbs
And we ain't
more,
even
and that
got to
was
that yet. And we're not going to do that tonight because I got to go to bed soon. I got to go to Blue Ridge tomorrow.
What
But
was so frustrating is more crumbs were dropped today. And it's like
Yeah.
that was the whole point of the stream yesterday. I felt like Truth was, although it was very
he
hypocritical, Truth, like,
It
come out
is.
here and say it with your whole chest of what you know behind the scenes, but then also
I know.
don't say the shit you know behind the scenes. It was very hypocritical and weird, but I didn't disagree with him on everything he had to say.
Deets, this is
But
where I am.
more
Like,
crumbs were dropped. More crumbs were dropped today.
I'm at the
Sucks.
point where it's just like, fuck your secrets. Let's help find this young man get his way home. Everyone else is just spinning their wheels and making a few bucks off of it. Fuck all of that. Like, I don't care what secret they're holding. It doesn't matter. Guess what? It's not a secret that the FBI doesn't know.
No, well, that's the good thing is that law enforcement does know. So it's not like it's some kind of information that's being held back from law enforcement. And
They
YouTubers
made it
know,
that
but
way.
law enforcement
They
don't.
made it that
But
way because we're all so hyped up on this that they made it like, oh, we know something that you guys don't know. It's going to be earth shattering and
yeah, but at
you
least
know,
they said it's something law enforcement doesn't want to get out because
So that
other
means they know. Yes.
that means that law enforcement knows whatever it is. I don't give a fuck what it is. It's not going to make or
neither.
break,
Me neither.
in my
Right.
opinion. But
Yeah.
So
it
there's
is pertinent to not
put it out
have that
there.
information out there if law enforcement don't want it out there. It doesn't matter if it's important or not. They don't want it out there, and that should be respected. And I feel
So
like Truth is struggling a little bit because I think he does want to mention these things, and he just has to realize that, like, you could just stop fucking around in the case altogether and you wouldn't have that hypocritical feeling.
So I don't
Well,
know
look,
Truth and I don't watch Truth, but I know Joneson does. So typically, you know, when we had a question reviewing some of this, I'd ask her. But I did watch him on Clue's panel, that one that Chasing and I watched together before we did my ODD stream, and he was up there, and I could tell his frustration then and there because he
He's
let
been
it come.
frustrated for like 2 months, I feel.
Has he?
Yeah.
I just know that stream and then last night's stream. Those are the only ones I've seen of him since before the bigoted stuff came out. So
yeah.
Yeah, he's
I'm
he
gonna
pulled
take
back
I'm gonna
from the
take Jones
case.
I'm gonna take Jonesy's word on this. Like, I don't know. I stopped watching those guys whenever I caught wind of, see, it's gonna get personal. When I caught wind of the racism and like him, you know, sitting next to a racist,
Yeah.
you know, overtly racist person, I was just like, I can't fuck with that. But
Yeah.
last night I listened, trust me, I listened a couple of times. I listened to the whole stream a couple of times, and I'm like, this dude, you know, I felt for him.
Yeah.
I don't know
But that's
him.
what I'm saying. It's like he feels stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Well, and
Like,
that's what I was gonna like agree with
That's
is
what I
like when
felt
he was
too.
talking
Yeah.
on the stream with Clue about the other stuff, you could tell he was like, wait, he questioned his own friends, his own people, and I'm calling them that because that's what he calls them. I'm not like I don't like the whole you sit with. I truly don't. But I'm calling them that because that's what he calls them. So he stopped them. He's like, wait, are you just, you know, putting this out here to attack Seth? Are you, you know, would we be this giddy about it if it was information being put out on the like he held his friend's feet to the fire on that, and I think he changed the whole narrative of how that live stream started out, and he even stopped Crabtree from putting out information
he did.
specifically
About
about
a letter.
Sebastian. Yeah, that would have been harmful to Sebastian. So I can appreciate those things about him, but I could just tell from there that like he's very frustrated at the overall, you know, sides of things. And
Don't
when you
blame him.
come to that,
I
well,
don't
yeah,
blame him.
right, I don't either. And when that's what I was talking about with Nonsense when she was up here, when you watch that documentary and you have that revelation of, oh shit, what is my role in all of this? And I think that we just witnessed Truth coming to that publicly.
Yeah.
And his little breakdown was him
Been there,
doing
done
that
that, bro.
publicly. Yeah.
Amen, girl.
Been there, done that. I'm over that shit. But it
Yeah.
is a hard place to be. It is. We
Well,
just
I'm
got to
gonna
see where
go.
he comes out.
I'm gonna go. I want to thank you guys because I never talk about this stuff. I mean, I talk about it with my friends in private, but it makes me so uncomfortable talking about, the details of a missing child case. But I
Yeah,
mean,
I get
I
it.
guess that's all. That's not what we're doing. We're just talking about, the social media aspect of it, because like none of us, none of us are qualified. I mean, it sucks so much.
Absolutely.
It sucks so much that everyone's posturing like, if you're getting sued for some shit, man, maybe you shouldn't have said some shit. Like, I mean, it's real simple for me. I try to keep it, nuts and bolts. Um, but yeah, I respect you guys so much. And
Thank
ultimately the
you.
goal is, Christmas is in a few days. Let's see if we can figure out how to get Sebastian Rogers home. I mean, that's the focus. I did learn so much from Chris Proudfoot on that panel last night. I mean, I learned so much about Sebastian Rogers that I didn't know. How like he's not pigeon footed, but like one of his feet turn in a little bit, and he walks on the balls of his feet, and
Hmm.
he's going through puberty, so he's like five
He's
two.
probably got a little mustache.
He's probably 5'5". He probably got a little mustache, and he can absolutely like live on his own. So we
I
just
agree.
don't know.
You know what's crazy though, Sinner, is none of the stuff that Chris said about Sebastian last night was new information. We've already heard that before. But what I think is crazy is that there are people 10 months later who didn't know that.
Yeah,
And
Didn't know.
that's heartbreaking because that means we're not as focused on the
well, it's
real
different for
important
you,
stuff
Center.
as
You're
we are
not
the
in it.
drama.
No, no, you're right,
Yeah,
Deets. I didn't know it
yeah.
because I didn't follow the
Yeah.
case because nothing has changed for fucking 8
Exactly, and
months.
that's what I'm saying is that we, and I mean the collective we, everybody covering Sebastian have been more focused on the drama than the important bits that all three of the parents have said about Sebastian. And
Yeah.
Mm,
that's the point I'm trying to make is that
yeah.
like why aren't we focusing more
No, you're
on
right. But I
that,
mean,
on
I
those
have to say,
things?
I
Yeah.
didn't get involved in the drama. I just looked. What do the authorities have to say? Nothing, nothing. So I didn't
Yeah.
pay attention to anything. I just talk shit on people that are like getting rich and paying their rent off of this young man's name
It is
over and over
sad.
again.
It does happen, and it happens on I feel like it happens all around us, though. Like, I feel like there's a lot of people on both sides doing that. Doing it I feel like all of them are, to be quite honest. Um, and it's unfortunate,
Absolutely, absolutely. There, you say
but
both
it's not gonna
sides. Well,
stop
how great gang
anything.
is that? Like, great gang. I don't see sides. I don't see sides. I see a mother and stepfather. I mean, and a father. All three of these people are missing their son, and all of us are just sitting over here talking about it.
Mhm. It's
That's it.
sad to think about, ain't it?
I mean, that's all we're doing is talking about it. We ain't doing shit.
Mhm.
And
Some of
and I
us are
also
some
think
of us are emailing them, some of us are talking to them on the
Uh,
phone, but none of
yeah,
us are
no,
doing
not
shit.
me. No, hell
yeah,
no.
not me, not me. I've never spoke to them at all
I think
in
you meant
any
some of them.
format. I never
So
would, and I
when I
don't
say
want
Mhm.
to.
us, I
Just
would
put that
never.
out
I would
there.
never, but we know it's happening. But
He
but
means
But
but
I
the
that's
also
that's what
think
we're
I
sector.
think the
doing.
saddest part about it is the people who cover this and take the time, no matter again, apply whoever insert name here, but the people who take the time to speculate on this, judge the parents, no matter which parent it is, to, bash the parents and to put out misinformation and disinformation, when they
Mm,
log off at the end of the day, they log off to go and be with their children.
yep,
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the lasting effects and the daily effects sit with those same parents that they bash.
that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. It's become entertainment and a it's financial income for people, and that's fucking terrifying to me. It really
I,
is.
you could be right. I don't know what other people's motives are for doing what they do, so I'm not gonna try to say that it's this or that. And I understand your reasoning as to why you say it's financially motivated, and I don't disagree entirely. But
I'll go
I
a step
think
further. Like some of these people will benefit great. The some of them will make more money the longer he's not found. Some of these people, so long as he's not found, make more money. The second he's found, their gig is up. And that's terrifying to me.
It is true though. I mean, it is. I've seen it that same way before. Like that's been a thought that's crossed my mind is like, but do y'all really want him found? Because if he is found, the like Center said, the gig is up, but it's only up for a short time. Center.
Can we?
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
I
okay.
know.
I'm really struggling here.
Me too.
Nobody on the internet doing content about Sebastian Rogers is finding Sebastian Rogers.
No.
Now, if those
No.
same people
Exactly.
are out there doing searches every Saturday or every Tuesday or whatever, then I could see it. But that I know of, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe there are creators out there, but that I know of, none of these creators that talk about him on the daily or making bank off of him are out there doing physical searches for him, putting up
That's my
flyers
No,
for
no,
him.
that's
I
my point
wasn't
exactly.
saying that. I'm what it what?
Okay. All right. It's just I'm sorry. I may have misunderstood what you were saying. I
Well,
apologize for coming in hot
No.
there.
there's
I
two
was
things that
saying like
happen.
he
We
is what they are covering right now. He is the
right.
big topic and they are covering it even though there's no new information. It's regurgitated bullshit. It's all trash, it's all filth. And they're doing it because they think they are these investigators who are qualified to do so. And they're
Be
But
more
making
case
money
clear.
while they
includes
I'll be
do
more
it.
clear.
yeah.
Maybe I'm being ambiguous here. The longer he's missing, the more money they make. The second he's found, the second he comes home, then the party's over. They stop making money.
No, they
Uh,
don't because
no,
they
they
just
don't
move
because
on
they'll
to the
find another
next
one.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's not just, not
It
you can't
gives
just
up
put it
only
on
for a
like,
short
oh,
moment.
yeah.
So disheartening. I mean, I trust you guys, like, but
They
that's
will.
so
They'll
disheartening.
just watch it. It'll just move on to the next case, the next person. Like I mean,
Mhm.
we've all watched it happen from one case to the next. So that's why I don't think that
Yeah.
Sebastian's case specifically is a money motivator for them. The type of
No,
content that
just
everyone does is the money
the
motivator.
popularity.
Yeah.
That's it,
Yeah, so
that's all.
much. I hate it so much.
hmm I
I
think
do.
everybody
But
does.
it's the reason why so many people, of course, there's laws that need to be changed in so many different ways to protect families, right? That's the obvious, largest, and most impactful change. But there are so many different creators and ways that people can get involved and that people can help out in an effort to identify when the next case comes along, if it has, I think we've seen it, like Dees was talking about earlier. You got to have a villain. Okay. Does this next story have a villain? Oh, yep, there's a villain. Okay. Like I think that's where maybe identifying some of those things can help people get in front of it. I
Well,
don't
I
know.
feel like
Maybe
that's
Yeah.
not,
what
but
that's
I
what
have
I
hope.
was I feel like that's what a lot of us were trying to do at the beginning with Chris and Katie. We were screaming, and Seth, honestly, and Seth. We were screaming at the top of our lungs like it's not worth it. Don't do it. I understand you want a voice, but you have to be very careful coming to socials, basically, in
Crazy.
general.
It's crazy.
Like,
Well, my official opinion is there have been no indications whatsoever that Sebastian is not with us
no.
somewhere. He's out there somewhere, and
Mm.
everyone who has their guesses about where he is and what he's doing and how it happened, fuck all of them. Like until there's any kind of indication that he's no longer with us, then we have to remain hopeful,
Yes,
and
you
that's
have to
it.
remain
We
hopeful,
should
but it's a natural human instinct to want to speculate and or think about like
theorize. Yeah.
yeah, theorize like what could have happened, but it's what we do with those thoughts.
It's how we do it. Like there's some things you
Mhm.
might theorize on privately, but when you do it publicly, it could be very harmful and damaging to victims and their families. And
Amen.
no, none of us are the YouTube police, and none of us are social media police or true crime case police,
No,
but we
we're
are
just not
assholes with
putting our
opinions.
thoughts out there
So,
for money. I mean,
everybody's entitled to have that as well. And I do think that it is a problem sometimes when those speculations and theories become
not
harmful
all
to
the time.
people.
I
No,
think
not
there's
all
a
the
way
time.
to speculate and theorize responsibly.
I
I th-
agree.
Me
I
too.
think it becomes a problem. Like, but okay, so here's the problem itself. Everybody's line is different.
Yep.
Everybody's boundary is different. So what I might not say, nonsense might say. What
Yeah, yeah.
nonsense might not say, Dutchy might say. So
I know
it's
this. I know this. I know
it
about
makes it
what other people won't
complicated.
say in the lines that can be crossed. But like, man, let's just do better. Like, let's not talk about how can I say it without ruffling any feathers. Um, it doesn't matter when Seth Rogers married his wife or none of that matters. Like,
None of it pertains to
It's not
finding
important to the
Sebastian.
case.
let's
No.
keep it to what is important. Let's not play JLR songs calling someone a pedo.
I
Like,
would
because I
never.
mean we could all agree. I think most of us can agree. Anyone with half a brain in their head can agree that Katie, Chris, and Seth, neither one of them harmed their child. It just didn't happen. I mean, as far as I can tell.
I think
Not that, yeah.
I think
I don't
again I just want to
know.
be fair here. While we want people to not play that song, right? And we want people to change in those ways, I also think we've got to get the people who are accusing Katie of doing something with no absolute facts, the people who
Yeah.
are dissecting a 2.5 minute long video to determine what type of mother she was, the people who are looking at the floor plan of the home that they currently, may or may not live in, the people who are causing danger to any parent in any way, all need to stop. No matter who it is, like it all needs
Happening.
to stop.
It all needs
This,
to stop. And I think that's what Chris called for. I think that's what Chris was trying to call for on that panel last night. And it turned into, look, if we have to tear each other apart as content creators, for that, I'll take that 10 days in a row over one day of like accusing parents of something. And unless we have evidence, and we get no evidence, we got a bunch of bullshit. We got a bunch of amateur detectives. We got a bunch of people that are bad at doing laundry, trying to figure out like what happened to a missing child. It's crazy to me. That's my official opinion. We just
right.
don't know.
We
I,
don't.
it,
And going back over and like you said, dissecting a 15-minute video or 5-minute video or any of that is probably not going to help with much of anything. I think that it's as simple as realizing what you're saying and doing and what you would want done to you. Some
I'll
of
be
the
right back.
creators that picked apart Katie for looking for a waitress or being next to a person with a green hoodie, some of those very creators that tore her to shreds for that, within the
I,
same week have gone live bitching about what other creators are doing to them and calling out this person's mothering or that person's mothering. Like, if you don't want it done to you, you think it's wrong and atrocious to be done to you for someone to call your mothering into question. Why are we doing that to a mother
yeah,
of a missing child from a 2-minute video? We have
preach,
no idea what type of mother she is from a two
preach,
minute
Deets,
video.
preach,
The same
preach.
way you have no idea what type of mother I truly am just because you hear me talk about my family on
That's
YouTube. I don't
that's
know
my
the
point.
type of mother that Joneson and Nunya truly are solely based on what I see them talk about on YouTube. They're trying to put her into a box of this is the type of mother she is based off of a 2-minute video. None of us would want that done to us. If your
No, we
child
got to knock
went
it off.
missing today and other content creators had your live streams to pick apart and determine if you were involved based on your parenting, it would become a shit show. So all I'm saying is if we could just take a step back from that and at
Just
the
knock it
very
off.
least, the
Just
bare
knock it off. Like all
minimum,
of us need to knock it
it's
off. Like
it's not even knock it off, but at the bare minimum, give the same grace and empathy to these parents that you yourself demand from others. That's it. That's all.
I mean, could you imagine having like your son or your stepson missing? Like none of us even can quantify that in our minds. Like we just have to stop it. We just have to stop it. I'm saying we, to include myself in it. Like everyone needs to knock it off.
I don't
Great gang.
disagree. I don't disagree.
Anyways, thanks for having me, you guys. Like, this is the most I've spoken about this case because, like, it fucking, I'll
Okay,
lose
I'm back.
sleep over it. I'll lose sleep over it because, like, did I say the right thing? Did I not say the right thing? Like, because I'm
No,
incredibly careful, and so many people are not careful about what they say. It fucks me up.
Well, I think that's
Hey,
why
Dutchie.
somebody I think said it earlier in here where they talked about engaging with empathy. I think so many of these people have lost any empathy because if you have any empathy, you'd have empathy for everybody. Despite what you may think of the choices Seth makes by bringing out very private information, despite what you may think about Katie her silence, despite what you may think in the tone that Chris thinks, you'd be able to engage with empathy and think of Sebastian first. And what would he want? If he was sitting in your
Right.
live stream, hearing you talk about his parents in the way that you are talking about them, would he be proud that that is
That's
his
it.
parent? Would he be happy with what you were saying? Or would you
Amen.
be upsetting him? Because
All
that
you
is
got to do is
engaging with
ask
empathy.
yourself.
And none of those people engage with empathy, in my opinion. Again,
I agree. I
hashtag
agree.
team you
There's
all
an
suck.
entire family. There's an entire family that's missing their son, their boy, and we can all agree on that. There's an entire family that's missing their boy. Chris even said it himself. Whether you want to like pick apart what he said, stop bashing. Like it, there needs to be a unification. It's really that simple. I heard some people saying, "Oh, they're all suspects," but you know what? They're also all victims of this.
Yeah, yeah, they're both at the same time at this juncture at where we are right now.
We don't know what we don't know, and at
Mhm.
this point, none of them are. If they were suspects, the investigators that are listen, we need the motherfucking investigators to start giving us something because their
No, we
silence, the
don't.
fact
No, we don't. Because I'll tell you exactly what happens when that happens. When investigators give us information, we devour it, we twist it, we make it muddy and nasty.
don't
I
trust me
I
here.
understand how in other cases it's important, but when it comes to missing cases, it is very important not to. I get what you're trying to say. I don't think it's a good idea to do that because when they give up what they do have, it can be very detrimental to a case. And
I trust you.
I
The
wish
deeds, I
that law
trust you.
enforcement would, but
I trust you, and
we
I'm
watched in like Idaho 4, real quick. We watched in the Idaho 4 case that law enforcement put out a freaking detailed list every single day of new suspects that they were able to check off and say, this person is no longer a suspect or a person of interest. We have debunked this claim that has been made on the internet and that claim. They did it every single day, paragraphs of where they were in the case. It did not stop anything on social media, and in fact, it might have helped amp it up even more. That case continued to balloon into craziness and get even more wild. So anything that they have, it is important that they keep it to themselves. And I know it feels like they might not be doing a lot because we don't see it, but when a case is over and all you have to do is go back to a case that's been solved and, grab the information from it, whether it's a probable cause affidavit or the trial, and you will find out that law enforcement were working their asses off the entire time. They were
hope they
steps
are.
ahead of the public the entire time. So
No, I know they are. I
I
know
think
they
it's
are.
damaging to put that
I
out
know they are, but
sometimes.
you understand the frustration.
I
Um,
do. I do.
from my perspective, Sebastian is very much alive. We just don't know where the hell he is, and it's just a matter of figuring that out. And we're not going to do it here on YouTube or on Facebook or on Tick or Talk. Um, it's just a matter of time.
I hate to interrupt. I know I think you're almost done, Johnson, but I have to. I'm trying to find a charger, and it ain't working out well for me.
Okay, baby.
So I know
Yeah,
you wanted to end, but I'm gonna
I'm
head out
over
so
it.
that I can go try and find a charger. I'm sorry.
Right. Thanks for having me, you guys. I'm sorry if I overstepped bounds. I never talk about this shit, but like the last couple
No
days,
problem.
these people are killing me. It's killing me.
Yeah, I
Um,
appreciate a different perspective at times. That's always a good thing to hear. So
Yeah.
have a good night.
Thank you
yep.
for coming
Have
up,
a good
Center.
one.
Thanks for having
Yeah.
me, Jonesy.
Bye,
And
And
guys.
I
happy.
agree with nonsense. We also don't want to taint the jury pools either with the public's perception.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
I didn't think about that.
Absolutely. Because it can just like, I don't know. And we just have to be very, the thing is if people, if by us, just the world could be mindful of the information they do give us, they probably would give us more along the way. But we can't. They can't trust us to behave. And I think that it is interesting watching these things all play out and where everything falls in the end, but it's disheartening and because we just see it get worse and worse quicker and quicker with every new case.
Well,
Nobody told me goodbye, so I still can't leave. Just letting you know.
no, what's your phone percentage at, bitch?
Let me look. I'm at 6%,
Oh my god, and you're on StreamYard?
and I'm on StreamYard. So, but
It's
it
gonna
is an
be
iPhone, so it's a beast. So
2
that's really like
minutes.
12%.
Hmm.
What? It works like that?
No,
What do
I'm
you
just messing with
okay.
you.
What?
Go get Leroy to get you a freaking charger, Dunya. Go tell him Deed said to find a charger
I
stop.
don't want to get up. Damn it. Hold on.
I think another thing before since I'm doing the Midwest goodbye is there's two separate things at play. There's the actual case, Sebastian's actual case, and then there's the online perception of a case. Like so often we sit here and talk about like, oh, what are we doing? How are we gonna, the only way he's gonna get found is if we stop all this shit. None of this stuff taking place on social media is Sebastian's case. Now, parts of it could leak into his actual case if people aren't careful. We've seen that happen and things like
Mhm.
Delphi and whatnot, but this isn't his case. Law enforcement have his case well in hand. Law enforcement are going to, be the ones to truly, they have the tools that they need to actually do it. We could try to help him, try to do some stuff, but this isn't his actual case.
Hold on, Deets.
Oh, you want me to keep talking? Okay. We'd have to control all social media, but allow the press to have freedom. Yeah, I don't know.
No,
Hey,
I
gosh.
was trying to tell Nunya. Okay. No, I wasn't telling you no about ending with that. I was telling you no about did I upload it? Sorry.
Oh,
Miscommunication in the back chat. Now I'm reading it. I didn't
now we're
see that
everywhere. So you played it already or you didn't play it already?
No, I played it already from the stream, but I
Okay, but
do
you just
have the
didn't
clip.
upload it. Okay.
Yeah, I do have it now. But I didn't see your can we end with that? I didn't see that question before I typed my answer. So it looked like I was answering that.
No, that's fine. If you played it already, then there's no. I thought you were gonna wait till the end to play it, but that makes sense.
Well, I think it was just it came up in
Led to
that
the
part
conversation.
with Chris. Well, we were reviewing Chris on there with Truth. We went through it, we just didn't focus on it. So we can bring the focus back to it.
Right. Okay.
This is what you call working in
This
front
the
of the
longest damn
scenes.
Midwest goodbye I've ever had in my life.
Listen,
This
I don't
longer than I've ever experienced with
Dick
nonsense,
is
and
not
that's saying
ready
a
to
lot.
go.
Oh, I'm ready.
Is there anything else you wanted to go over, Deets?
I don't think so.
Do you
I
think
just I understand Truth's frustration. I think that a lot of people have been there at one point or another. I don't think he's necessarily a bad guy. I don't think people should be attacking him for that. I absolutely don't think those that do all the same shit he was talking about should like be throwing it in his face. But
Yeah, because it's still
I get where he's
because
coming
when you
from.
look at it, it is private conversations, and it's
Mhm.
like, well, yeah, that's
If you are a
a lot.
creator that the parent of a
Good night,
missing
Center.
child has reached out to you and has entrusted you with some information, can that be a heavy burden? I bet it is. I truly bet that that is a heavy
Absolutely, it could
burden,
be.
but that means that that person has entrusted you with that for a reason, and I do think that you carry, an extra responsibility to, to protect it, to be safe with it, and to not weaponize it and use it to attack somebody else in the case. Because what we see happen on social media more times than not is that that backfires. Look at those emails. Putting those emails out, while there was good intention, I think that's what they say,
Maybe
that the intention
I
was to
don't know.
show that the parents worked together. But what happened was it backfired, and it was being led to believe that they wanted to put him in a home and wanted rid of him. So just be very careful if you are a person that, they've reached out to entrust with information pertaining to their son's case, to not use it.
Yeah, it's something to go like if you're feeling a certain type of way about it.
Mhm.
I struggle with this because personally, I don't think you should even be in contact with them for that parent to tell you anything. That's just my boundary. I don't think you should be in that position in the first place. But since you are, I would say if there's something that's troubling you about something private they've told you, you let law enforcement know, which he did. So why
Right.
does the internet need to know? Well,
Mhm.
he feels the internet needs to know because they're always attacking Seth and talking shit about the people who attack Chris and Katie, but he sees alarming things on that side as well. So, but the hypocrisy comes in when it comes to the creators and YouTube. He's feeling
Mhm.
hypocritical as fuck. He's probably feeling a little embarrassed about certain things, and he just thinks that's the answer. It's not the answer. We don't need to know whatever it is y'all know. So, like I said, put up or shut up.
And God's sakes, it's Christmas time, y'all. Go enjoy some things. Like,
Either fucking put it
seriously.
out and let people fucking do what they're gonna do and get it over with, or stop fucking dropping these nuggets, these pebbles in the pond, as Deets would say. Stop dangling the
Dangling the
carrot.
carrot. I like
Stop
that
doing
one.
that. I mean, when people tell you you're doing, because that was part of his problem. Part of his problem was that he feels like that's what everybody does, what they do, but not that he's doing it right now. I don't know. It's so hard and so confusing because while he's complaining about it, he's doing it at the same time in that moment while complaining about it.
Right. And
So it
and
fucks with
Bowdy,
my head.
it does. And like Bowdy said, the thing is though, Ellie already knew. He didn't tell Ellie that. Well, that's the pebble in the pond though, Bowdy, because he talked about multiple things he's told law enforcement about things that have given him pause, which means he has several more nuggets that he has taken to law enforcement. And that's the dangling
Yes.
of the carrot, the
Well,
insinuation of these other things. When you have another creator out there dropping, like, I have something that would blow my channel up if I were to put it out, but I don't because I respect the parents, which I respect that, but you're dropping the crumb. You're dropping the
You're
crumb for
dropping the
people to
crumb
think
of I
that
could
there's
blow
something
YouTube up.
else. Yeah, that there's something else
Don't
that
y'all
they're
want to know what I
sharing
got?
behind the scenes that is of value. And it's like, just pull the crumbs back in, clean off the damn table. That's all I'm saying. Just wipe the crumbs off
Somebody
the
needs to
table and
sweep
stop
this
dropping
place.
them.
That's all I'm saying. Somebody get the broom out and sweep all these crumbs up and let's start again another day.
Yes.
But the thing
Yes.
I was gonna say is it's not just on the creators, right? So the creators are dropping the crumbs,
Absolutely.
and the freaking
Oh, the
subs are
parents, it's on them
salivating.
too.
They are salivating to try and get all the crumbs put back together, figure out what the loaf really looked like in the first place.
Yep.
I agree.
So it's not
The
just them
parents
either.
absolutely have culpability in this because, like, they see what the YouTubers are doing. I can understand at the beginning, it was probably confusing. They were probably overwhelmed, right? You're not only grieving right now because you don't know where your kid is, but then you're dealing with, shiesty YouTubers that start rumors or spread misinformation, disinformation. That's probably a lot to deal with. So why keep on?
Right.
Why keep on? I mean, I'm that's not bashing them. I'm not bashing them. I'm not bashing Seth. I'm just saying it could all end or get a lot better if things weren't being talked about in private behind the scenes with creators.
So we just found out, right, that this is happening with Chris and Katie as well as what we've publicly seen with Seth.
And
Just like we say that Seth needs to pull back from the people that he's associated with, that
Yep.
he is, using or allowing to use him, however you look at it and deem it, the people he's aligned himself with and is, giving information to, or all that. Chris and Katie need to do the same. That's what I'm
Absolutely. I
saying. They
wish
got to be careful and protect. All three of those parents need to protect their son's
themselves.
case, themselves and their son's case.
Yes, absolutely. Damn, I was gonna say something I forgot.
I was going to say one thing real quick. Merry Christmas, you filthy animals.
Oh, look. I added this today. Oh, hold on, let me find it. Lola, you ready?
Santa Claus is coming, bitch, and he ain't bringing you nothing but a big pile of coal. I'm gonna bring you a big pile of shit.
Oh my God. I cannot even right now.
I've been in the locale. I don't know what Savage did, but I've been all up in that community. We think we're fucked up. They are fucked up, bro. Like, I have never in my life. Anyways, we don't need to go into that.
I have not been anywhere, honestly, and encourage more people to turn this app off. Like, seriously, it's Christmas. Spend some time with families and stop being so deep in all the shit. Because
It's too late for that, girl.
well,
They're
there's a
wading in
saying.
the shit, and you
Well,
know what? Y'all better roll around in it because y'all did it to yourselves.
Well, there's a saying of garbage in, garbage out. So when you're taking in a bunch of stuff, negative stuff or garbage and all that, then that's what you reciprocate back out into the world. So sometimes it is good to just stop taking it in, stop ingesting it, stop, you know, uh, consuming the content all the time, and try to pick something else to take in and something else to listen to and look at, and maybe not the lol cow community, Joneson, but something else entirely, so that you can give back something
I
different,
find
maybe
myself
better.
wanting to strike up a live about Keemstar and talk some shit.
I don't even
He,
know who that is.
oh my God, it's
Facts.
never mind. I'll tell you in the Discord.
Okay.
I do worry that all of this, we already see it's getting a lot worse, right? Because everybody's running with this truck story now.
Yeah.
And it makes me worried that it might get a lot worse for Granny, because although they're being accused of, being in this, what they call it, an enterprise.
Enterprise with the E.
Enterprise with an E. Okay. They're being accused of that. And she's specifically, like, they're going after her because she's the more easily accessible one. Well, everything
showed
that
'em you
happened
were.
today
Yeah.
kind of just put those puzzle pieces together up front and in person. And that kind of, like, I don't even know.
It's so unfortunate. It really
It is
so
unfortunate because it's going to
unfortunate.
make it even worse than it
Yeah.
already is with the truck.
Agreed.
It's gonna amp it up. It's just,
It's
it's
two
gonna
things at
continue to
once.
say, "Oh, look, we told you that they were all in communication together. We told you that they were being fed stuff, and unfortunately, admitting to it publicly is gonna amp that stuff up. It is, and that's why it's just gonna get messier. I know.
I mean, I take the injunction, and I do take it as a joke because it is. It's bullshit.
It is.
But it's just something that would make me uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't want that. But I don't know. Hopefully, everybody can just chill out because so far we've had 2 bombs drop and 5 carrots dangled. So I think we're good for a little while, guys. Like,
Wait
calm
until
your
after the
tits,
new year.
bro.
Wait until after the new year. I hope so, Bowdy. I hope so. I hope you're
Okay,
right.
I'm really
I
saying
truly
goodbye
do.
now.
Good,
Goodbye,
Me
everybody.
good
too.
Have a
body.
good
I
night.
hope so.
I'll talk to you guys later on.
Good
Bye.
night.
Bye.
Oh, look, Deets left before good Nunya. Jesus Christ. That was a quick goodbye. I did not like that at all. I'm kind of upset. Oh my God. All right. Thank y'all for being here. Make sure you hit the like or the dislike on your way out. And let me know if you want, you can continue the conversation in the comments. But if you're watching this on replay, let me know what you thought. I enjoy these conversations. I think they're absolutely necessary. And I appreciate y'all for being here for it. Catch you on the flip side. Bye.
Please, I'm respectfully asking the whole true crime community, for God's sake, stop.
Yeah,
You know,
I
and
agree.
and I have a question. Nobody needs to answer this question. But think about this in your own head and in your own hearts, for Christ's sakes. Okay? What happens if it was you?
I ask myself that all the time. I do.
How would you feel as a parent? You sit back and you see all this crap take place, but you don't live it.